Are you going to whip him going back? Are you going to whip him going back?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. So long as you are assuring me. Otherwise, we'll talk about it outside this.
I'd like your advice.
Outside this.
Please advise me.
Yes. Good morning, esteemed members of the Select Committee, my committee members, MECs from the 2 provinces, Eastern Cape, MEC Mvogo, Northern Cape, MEC Magage, and your teams, the provincial team present, and our officials. It is my privilege to welcome you to this important meeting of the Select Committee on Finance. Honourable members and our provincial delegation and led by the MECs, we have the opportunity to engage with the provincial departments of finance from the Eastern Cape and Northern Cape as they present their quarterly reports and updates on the performance of their respective entities. Honourable members, these briefings are critical in ensuring transparency, accountability, and effective service delivery. They allow us to assess progress in the provinces, identify challenges, and provide guidance where necessary to strengthen financial governance and operational efficiency in these provinces. And I must indicate that you are not the first provinces to come and do the briefing to the committee. We had all the provinces. I think they've been giving you an update on how was their briefings and all those things. We look forward to constructive discussions that will not only highlight achievement but also address areas requiring interventions to ensure that public funds are utilized optimally for the benefits of our citizens. Honourable members and our provincial delegation and officials, I invite the committee secretary to guide us on the apologies received. Then over to you, the secretary.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, members, MECs, and colleagues. We received 3 apologies, Chairperson, from Honourable Khatebe, Honourable Nxumalo, and Deputy Minister Sarupeng. Thanks, Chair. One apology I forgot is about Honourable Siwisa. She will be leaving shortly, but she promised to come back, Chair. Thanks.
Next time, the apologies must be in writing so that it can be captured well. We don't receive apologies in the meeting. So for record purpose, I only received 1 apology from Honourable Khatebe. You want to say something, Honourable Member?
Nothing, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Now I'm going to hand over to Provincial Treasury of the Eastern Cape. I'm not sure. I hope the Honourable MEC is going to start. Honourable MEC with the opening. Then we'll hand over to the HOD. Thanks, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings to you.
Maybe before that, I just want to highlight something that the Honourable MEC have said to me outside this, that he thought the chairperson of the committee, Sunny Ndlovu, is a man. Then he's so surprised to see a woman. You know, sometimes when people read Sunny, they think it's Sunny boy, Sunny whatever. So this is Honourable Sunny Ndlovu. I didn't introduce myself in any way. I just went to the introduction and welcoming you. And I hope with my honourable members here, as they will be asking questions, you'll be also knowing them who is who, because I believe you don't want to waste time in allowing them to introduce themselves. But the one who's speaking now, who's chairing this finance committee, is this one, the small one. Thank you. And over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the honorable members here, the MEC, all senior officials present in the meeting. Let me start by thanking you for allowing us. The invitation was earlier, if you remember, and it was really difficult for us to attend at that time. And I can say that this time, given the disaster, I just could not say no again. I knew I would be in trouble. The worst part is that the Premier is also off. As you would know, that I'm acting Premier until the 23rd of July, when he would be back. And I just thought to myself, let me come. And yeah, the disaster is getting attention, as led by MEC Fokokta, MEC Williams, as you would know, that we've lost about 103 people in that disaster, and we have funerals almost every weekend. 103, in fact, only in KST, it's 106 in total, and one in Numa, there's one in Ngobo, and there's one in Sarabatman. We're happy to be here to give this presentation, except to say that we woke up to the bad news of the 30% tariff. Just only 2 days ago, as the Eastern Cape, we had a discussion with DTIC about the update. As you would know, that it affects us. You cannot imagine East London without Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz exports almost more than 90% of their cars to the US. And in our interaction, Mercedes-Benz, given these tariffs, it proves it's going to be very difficult. We are anticipating that Mercedes-Benz might leave South Africa. But we are hoping that with the discussions we've had at national level, at international level, when we had a delegation going to Stuttgart to have a discussion, it might save it. Because, Honorable Chairperson, if Mercedes-Benz, even the SEZ, East London SEZ, would be gone, because half of the companies that are established there are suppliers to Mercedes-Benz. And I'm not talking about all of those that are around East London. The livelihood of the whole East London, King Williamstown, is dependent on Mercedes-Benz. But they made it clear that with the tariffs, they think they might have to rethink. In our discussion with them, we asked them to think about looking for other markets, because the US market is not guaranteed and it's a very difficult market. And we're hoping that and they would consider that. We've also lost Goodyear just a month ago. This is the second time manufacturing company we've lost. As you would know, that Bridgestone, we lost Bridgestone, they closed down. So last month in June, the end of June actually, Goodyear also closed down. So it's also going to have a trickling and rippling effects in all the industry. As you know, that the Eastern Cape hosts the majority of the suppliers in the country in the automotive sector. About 80% of the suppliers are hosted in the Eastern Cape. So you can imagine what's going to happen. And unfortunately for VW, is still with us with their new deal of manufacturing polo for the whole world. So it just saved us. But we'll never know things. So things are not very good with us. As you know, with our high unemployment rate, this is going to contribute to that big time. Because now, as we might be said, as Eastern Cape, we hold the automotive industry, and it's the one that actually drives the economy of the province. But now things are really challenging, to say the least, and our agriculture is not performing as good as it would, because that's the second economy that could actually save us as the Eastern Cape. But we're trying by all means to see, as Treasury also, what we could do to save, to ensure that agriculture performs better, so that if all goes bad when it comes to this automotive industry, the automatic diversification we can do is to ensure that agriculture performs well, But the biggest challenge with agriculture is that you only have your western side that keeps us going as the Eastern Cape in terms of the economy, because the eastern side, the challenge of land is the communal land. So the one that produces is only the western side of the Eastern Cape, your Sarapartman district, or could say region, and a little bit of. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me then allow the HOD, you said he was going to introduce himself, the HOD next to me to make the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Greetings, Honorable Chair, to the honorable members, to the MECs, and to the colleagues who are part of the meeting. It's Daruhlanga Machek. Apologies, Chair. I'm not going to provide reason. I always say to MEC that, you don't provide reasons for something which is not right. It's a matter of correction, so I will not say what kind of this. So, but let me go straight to what matters most, Honorable Chair. I think we appreciate, first of all, as Honorable MC, Acting Premier, alluded the invitation into it. This is the overall overview. Don't be scared about all the pages which are actually there. I'm going to run fast on some of them, just highlighting. It's just a matter of, it's better to provide information. That information becomes knowledge, if you get to it. But instead of providing less information, and which means less knowledge into it. So we try to provide as much as it could be, but I'm not going to go through in each and every one. I'll just pass through the slides, if you do allow, Honorable Chair. This is overall, I think Honorable MC did speak about of course, the speciality of the province. It's one of the biggest province in terms of the space and also the population, which we actually, of course, which also mean that historically we also being disadvantaged. We one of those mostly, one could say, mostly affected by apartheid. If you look at the content of everything else, so which means from infrastructure level of investment, it's been on the low side, and which also meant that we're starting from a back foot into it. There is high unemployment, which is actually, they were trying to deal with certain things which MEC spoke about. High unemployment is about 36.6 with the latest report. I'm not going to go through others, but we're trying to deal with some of the issues of investing now in infrastructure as part of the process. The growth level, which is this one, it's between 1.6 and 2%. You realize that's very low for the province. Of course, it's also intertwined with the country's growth in terms of it. So, which means that it's a jobless growth one way or the other in terms of what looking. So the impact is quite minimal into it. And of course, the issue which I spoke about, insufficient investment, taking the backlog which has come through. Yes, we do have potential, which the MEC spoke about, agriculture and agricultural value chain, including manufacturing, which kind of deal with. We've got bike also, I think, is one of the investors, Chinese and investment which are coming through, sometimes to also augment as part of what we're looking through in a way, tourism and film and some of the things which are looking through in order to provide diversification as part of the investment. If you look through, I think one of the disadvantages is our road infrastructure. Mostly our roads, 90% of our roads are call it gravel road, and 10% is actually 90.5 to be exact into it, and 9.5 which are more tarred. So which means that I think from that kind of a back foot, we will always be trying to cover up in terms of considering that our provincial roads maintenance grant is not enough in order to deal with those. But yeah, we are doing with what we have, Honorable Chair and members. So I've kind of covered in a way in terms of numbers, that particular slide with what I've kind of alluded initially. So I'm not going to go through in terms of it. We doing, of course, there is already a road maintenance plan, which we're having based on the amounts which we have. We actually even have partnered with Sanral as part of our approach into it, so that Sanral more or less implement some of the road. We also looking in terms of now front loading on some somewhere or the other, in some way or the other, to fast track the implementation of some of the road infrastructure network as part of the process. Of course, it comes with advantages and disadvantages at times in terms of what is there. I think these are the graphical element which will look through per district. Honorable Chair, I'm not going to bore you in terms of now each and every, it's just the parity of what we have into the province, so that you can reflect. It's not just a figure which has been taken from the top into it. It's just a reflection that there's been accumulation of some of these. And of course, we know, when you know, you have to work with a plan in order to resolve some of those things as part of the process. What we've developed as a provincial policy priority, looking now 2025, 2030 administration, it's mainly these, and it's taken forth in terms of now based on the assessment and diagnosis which we've done into it, so that it comes in. We know that we need to have thriving citizens into it. So the issue of life expectancy, education attainment, and improvement in the per capita is fundamental. And therefore, we kind of integrated programs, you know, as part of the plan, because we've realized that there's silo operation or silo implementation of certain things. So through the Office of the Premier, what we've done, working with the Provincial Treasury, was to say, take all the resources, integrate them into it, and say then we develop programs which are mainly intervention money. Some is not even new money. There are, of course, little money there and there, but it's a matter of how you projectize and program and put a program in terms of implementation, so that it's not just, if you are in a ward has got different things and departments, all of them play in that ward. So, but if you integrate the implementation, so that's what we're working through into it. We used to have Mass Partisan, Project Mass Partisan, is more or less in that kind of intervention which we're looking through. So the economic growth is something which we, of course, is fundamental. You're looking at infrastructure, human settlement, including, of course, the broadband, because the connectivity is fundamental. And through the Office of the Premier, they're implementing broadband, which meant focus, especially education and health facilities, so that there's connectivity, taking, of course, the parity of rurality of the province is still a struggle, but at least we've done a lot of work in that particular level. Food security, what we've done, Honourable Chair, is that we've realized that we're buying some of the maize, for example, in Free State, in KZN, into it, and instead of, we do have farmable land into it. So, but at the same time, what we had to fix is the issue of the supply chain process into it. So what we did, fast tracking as, spearheading through the Provincial Treasury, was to develop what we call it an agricultural model into it. Of course, working with Mpumalanga, also, which they more or less have it. So what we do now is that we create primary production and secondary production. But secondary production, there will be what we call the red hubs, which are actually in each and every region, which I've shown you in those ones. So what happened that as government, what we're working through is that government would be procuring then through those particular red hubs, which enable then that the primary production, the demand, and then we will determine then the element of the supply, which goes in terms of it. So, and that helps in terms of making sure that there's rent circulation, and at the same time, there are a triple effect which comes in. There's job creation, there is employment, of course, and also dealing with issues of poverty in one way or the other as part of the process. So we think that in no time that element is going to realize its fruition as part of the process. There's agricultural commercialization, which I think MEC spoke about, that element of the effect of what America does, because there's citrus, which we have in terms, especially on Sarah Batman area and everything. So if the agricultural conversation is done well, it will deal with. And all the other elements as part of inclusive economic growth. Allow me, for the sake of time, Honourable Chair, just to jump through on other areas which are actually there. Of course, not forgetting the element of, which is critical and fundamental, improvement of service delivery, and that's what we focus on, that we need to be on the ball. That's why we've got program of action in dealing with it, especially transformation governance, especially in the municipal support, because it's one thorn in ourselves, the municipal space, where there's the improvement is very minimal, into it. But through the premier MECs, I think we're doing some roads, call it inroads in terms of now the process. We think in no time there will be improvement in that index which comes in. But of course, there are leadership element which we can't move away from it as part of the process. So these are the element of constraints. Without much ado into it, the funding is known, electricity transmission, it fact as much as there's been improvement into it. Climate change, which we've spoken about, the issue of floods and everything. It has never happened in Ora Tambo that we experience floods in winter. You know, and disaster in that way. Even in summer, it's not has been so much calamity in such a way. So it tells you then that climate change is within us, and of course, cost of doing business and all the other matters which have kind of alluded there. So again, the building blocks which are actually there, I will not bore much in terms of it, except to say that we've identified particular blocks which are necessary as part of the process. MEC, for example, spoke about SC, Special Economic Zone and Industrial Parks is one of the areas which we are looking through. I think there's a lot, for example, Kucha is interface with even other provinces as part of what we've developed as a model into it. There is also East London IDZ, which plays, there are other industrial parks which are kind of resuscitating in terms of improving, because what we're saying that government is an enabler, it's not creating jobs. And that's what the fundamental thing. We need to provide infrastructure space and space to enable for investment. And that's why we had investment, I think it was close to about 330 billion.
No, it's
the investment.
Yeah.
The investment, potential investment, 330 billion, which was, being put through with different, of course, coming through. Some are coming through, some are kind of withdrawing the process, but we are seeing some investment coming through. What is an intentional ploy, which we're saying, because some of this investment should not just happen. It's an intentional process which we've done as part of the economic growth. And we're looking in all kind of levers, including innovation and technology into it. And that, which is spoken about that conducive environment for everyone to be a part of it. So, but at the same time, the issue of infrastructure, the space is a fundamental part of it. So I think I've covered in just that way, that particular slide, Honorable Chair. I've spoken about agriculture, conservation and food security in a way, as I was alluding in that process, including the element of inclusive economic growth, plus the infrastructure delivery, which we think then that we're working to. We're also working with World Bank in terms of this infrastructure. I think we've got even a meeting after this one with World Bank to provide certain expertise, especially on infrastructure development, Honorable Chair. These are the catalysts in a way when looking through. We've depicted them in that there are economic development project, there are social infrastructure project, there are economic infrastructure project. There is also Transnet projects, which Transnet they are in Gqeberha into it. Their headquarters in Gqeberha. We realize those we have to engage them for a certain level of investment, and then the other one is Sunral project, which I've kind of alluded. Within that, Honourable Chair, it does reflect different. On those, I could call it program into it as much as we said project. Within those programs, there are projects which are embedded. For example, if you're looking at social infrastructure, issues of roads, there is also element of Wellisizwe bridges. Wellisizwe bridges is those where there is crossing in between, especially for the particular schools. Mostly sometimes you get to say there are certain roads which have been eroded into it. So that Wellisizwe project is a kind of a project which we're implementing in order to make sure that there is interconnectivity, especially from one rural area to the other in terms of it, so that children are able now to cross within. So that project is part of an intervention approach which we are having through into it. But they are also in economic development project. I'm just highlighting one in each. Eastern Seaboard Development, which are in Port St. John's, going through to KZN. I think is one area where we think that there is most of improvement which will come through, especially from an economic side. And then looking at the economic infrastructure project, I think the N2 Wild Coast tourism development, of course, intertwined with the N2 development of the roads through Sanral. You'll know then that there are two Sikaba Bridge, which is one of the longest bridges, which kind of where we want to improve tourism. Tourism also is a kind of a job creation opportunity, which we have as the province. Transnet project, issues of manganese is one of those areas which we are looking through into. And then Sanral, I think I've covered Sanral in one or the other. So these are the, so that you know, Honorable Chair, we didn't just, because sometimes we can name drop use these elements just for the sake of, it sounds good into it. That's why we're saying that we link the project, we link with resources into it and able to reflect how much is estimated into it. And there's a reflection of a project pipeline, which is part of the process. So these are all the kind of projects which are there, including Makwa and Majola Tea Enterprise, which is resuscitating as part of the process. Of course, it's a historical kind of level where we need to, but we are looking at the multi-purpose aspect into it because we need now to diversify as part of the process. But not only that, is to also to improve agriculture and job creation within that particular area. So these are all the projects, Honourable Chair. Please allow me to move, including Bishop Office Precinct. We doing a Bishop Office Precinct at the cost of 3.9 billion because we got to realize that we are paying leases for buildings. And now we had to do a feasibility into it, how much we can save into it if we then get. So we've now in the project of implementation of building our own facility, which will accommodate all particular departments, and therefore that list cost in terms of becomes inclusive within the different institutions. So these are all the projects which are actually the Honourable Chair. I'm not going to go much in some of this. There are, in terms of provincial entities, there are about 10 entities. There are 10 entities which we have, Honourable Chair, based on different categories into it. Of course, at the center of those, I did mention the special economic zones, which are the 2-1. There's also one which we are having, there's in East London IDZ, and then there's Kucha, and then there's one which we've applied for, which is the Wild Coast. For now, it's still an industrial park into it because it has not met all the requirement, but it is in Mthatha, that is in Oral Tambo, into it. So but at this moment, of course, the main element is to make sure that there is balance of economy within the province, and I think it's taking its foot as part of the process. So these are the processes which we are working through on all those. Then Eastern Cape Development Corporation, of course, the main element of it is at the center of economic growth into it because it provides, it's a 3C entity. So it provides an element of, actually a treaty, it provides an element of a business enterprise into it and able now to assist, especially the micro, small, medium enterprises in terms of development, entrepreneurship, and all the other things, which is actually there, which we think that it is at the center of the growth as a developmental state, especially in particular the province. So these are the elements which have more or less have covered. You realize that there's a lot of other information. When you say annexure, we didn't want to load it sometimes. All this is just that information which I was speaking about, Honourable Chair, that that information is there for this is just a reflection of the amounts which are actually there, which we've budgeted for them in terms of it. But at the same time, we say that they need to be, the entities should move towards independence, not dependency in terms of now government funding into it. They should be able to resuscitate that. It's a process which we are doing with as part of rationalization project which we have, because there is a project dealing with it. It's not like we're talking of, there is a project, it's close to finalization in terms of where we rationalize these entities and make sure that there's efficiency which goes with it. The provincial equitable share, you will see then that from the population estimate, yes, we've been going down, but a little bit going up again in terms of the process. Of course, it means then if then population is doing like that, it will affect the weighted average equitable share which we have. So and therefore the equitable share, if you see through from 2012. we were 16.3, Honourable Chair. We are now 13.1% in terms of the from education part into it. But at the weighted average into it, I'll just mention just one. On the weighted, we were 14.9 in 2012, and then now we are 12.94, which slightly move up in terms of it was of that slightly element of increase in terms of the population, which meant that a slight gain in terms of it. A slight gain is about when we kept on losing, it was not less than 500 million per annum. So now that we got about, call it 0.1, it's about 500 and something million. So you will realize that it's a lot of money into it, the element of population management. That's why we feel that we need to develop the province and able to stay within the province into it, so that we're able to get this and we invest it again for them, for overall sustainability of the province. So I've covered in this particular one, the overall, the national allocation, which reflected here. Of course, you will see then that element of which is in yellow, the Honourable Chair, it reflects an element of the population estimates. Of course, the mid-year population estimates which were provided, and also the issue of equitable share review due to the new data which came through as part of the process. So, which means that there's been slight gain in terms of the process which is actually there. So you will pick it up that those adjustments just after the technical adjustment into it. For example, the adjustment to baseline due to the impact of the data updates. In 2025-2026, Honourable Chair, was 151.9 million. And then in 2026-2027, 541. That's why I'm saying that you see the gains to us is that 500 in average per annum, and then 2027-2028, 552. So which helps in one way or the other. And then you'll see then that overall there are also additional allocation for the cost of living adjustment, which comes through as part of the province. So overall, then we ended up with 82.4 billion and 85.6 billion, 89.5 billion in 2027-2028. Of course, not taking some element of revenue collection, which we worked through as part of it. There are other areas which we've looked through. For example, there's money which came through as once-off into it, for the one for the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which is, of course, a national intervention from the presidency, of 161.5 million, Honourable Chair. Please allow me to not go much. That information is there into it. This is the economic classification. You will realize something which we are working through as part of the province, the issue of especially the COE part into that, or as much as we've not zoomed, it's reflected as current payment, but we do have almost about 64% of our money being locked in terms of the COE, and it's something which we do have a project again, Honourable Chair. We realize that's the problem, which we're looking in terms of now managing the COE into it. At one stage, it was about 68%, so moving to 64%. Which is 4% gain in terms of now realize almost close to about 1.5 billion gain in terms of now giving through to other implementation program like infrastructure as part of the process. The overall, this is the own revenue. Now the collection of own revenue. That means it's not money coming from national as equitable share. It's not money coming from the national as conditional grants. It's our own creation of money into it, which again is due to we had a revenue enhancement project. It didn't just come through. We had a project. We had a study through Forte, which we did, and these now augment our shortfalls, so that we don't exactly shorten. But even on itself, we're saying that it's not enough, because the project reflected that there's potential of about 7.5 billion which we could collect. But there are certain efficiencies which we are putting through as part of the system, Honourable Chair. You'll see then that overall we're collecting now about 2 billion or so into it. In average, it's about 1.9 billion in terms of the process. But we think that once that project realize the situation is going to improve drastically in terms of certain things. This is the provincial expenditure outcome of 2022-2023, Honourable Chair. Of course, keeping with the terms of reference into it, you realize generally the province has improved drastically. I think through the enforcement, especially from the MEC, in terms of now, he's been hard to his colleagues, I have to say, into it, and I think we, if then he has been weak, we would have been weak as much in terms of it, in terms of the process. So what we're now getting to that, we're being hard to depend, because if we don't spend what we do, that the following year, we make sure that at least we readjust your budget accordingly into it. So it's more or less a performance-based, in a way, budget which we are trying to bring in. We even had zero-based budgeting as part of it. We had comprehensive expenditure reviews, which we've done it. We still, let me confess, Honourable Chair, we're still not at the best in terms of what we want to be. But we think that we're moving there slowly, and so for 99% at one stage, you realize that, especially on conditional grant, the province gave away close to about 200 million on infrastructure. But since the last 2 to 3 years, we have not given a cent in terms of conditional grant and the expenditure. And now what we're doing is that we are following up the money through the value, assessing the value which was on the ground pertaining to that. This is the expenditure outcome of 2022-2023, but now in terms of economic classification, which is just a reflection now on which particular area we kind of spending through without much in terms of the process. I'll move through, Honourable Chair. These are just the explanation which are kind of provided overall. What is then the cause, even on that particular less than $1 billion underspending, which is actually the this is the 2023-2024. You are realizing the other one, 2022-2023, it was 99% spending. This one is 99.4%. So gradually there's been an improvement in terms of it. And now the other one, the underspending, is that overall you are seeing, for example, in COE, we spend 99.7%. That's one thing which amount allocated get to be spent appropriately in terms of somehow, in terms of some of the process which we're working through. So these are the things which are there, even on infrastructure. I think there's more accruals than anything else into it, that some of the invoices came through late in terms of it, and some, you find that with health, the element of medical legal, because of cash flow challenges which we are dealing with as part of the process, they were not able now to have cash to deal with it. The 2024-2025 reflect 99.4%, which is about 548. One could say maintaining the element, but we realize these are an unaudited element. But what we are saying is that we know where the areas. You will realize that on the particular gains, where is the, for example, in infrastructure, there's been an improvement in terms of the spending. Again, similarly, the element of education, of health, which come with cash flow, which we are dealing with turnaround. But and then provincial expenditure outcomes, IYM. Now at this moment, it still reflect in terms of now, because on a straight line, we should be about 18%, about 16.6, actually 16.6%. For up to end of May, we are actually 19%. So which does reflect that, yes, we are on progression in terms of now what we implementing as part of the process. Moving through to the provincial audit outcome. On the 20, on the reflection, you will see then that on the 2023-2024, 2019-2020, you are seeing the yellow. In terms of legend, the yellow is actually unqualified with findings. So the green means it's actually unqualified with no findings. That means clean into it. You are seeing now moving towards the left, especially in terms of the 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023, that there is more green into it, which reflect that there is a reflection of improvement of governance in terms of the province into it. So, and I think the consistency, also sometimes you find that there could be an element that the yellow, in one year there's yellow, there's in other year it's green, but there's element of consistency mostly in terms of the department that once one has moved from yellow to green, it continues in that particular, except a couple of them which we know the problems which are embedded. So since 2019, 2020, where we had unqualified with with no findings, there were only 2. Now in 2023, we had 8 departments which were clean in the province, and unqualified with findings there were 3, and there were 3 which were kind of qualified, which is education, the big one, education, health, and also transport into it, which we know what we're dealing with, and as part of the process. Of course, in 2024, there were 2 now qualified, with improvement from transport, but now there's been some regressions, which we know of it, especially in the office of the Premier, one pertaining to the broadband element. I spoke about the broadband. I think the issue of governance there, which we had to deal with in terms of it, and we have advised them. We think that, especially this year, they will kind of improved. Sports, arts, and culture, just one element of SCM, call it a bid member, who's actually not a senior person in terms of it. It's not anything else, a senior person, so it's just a matter of terms of reference or in line with the regulation. So it's not something which you could say it's alarming in terms of it. And legislature was an issue of payment within 30 days of one of the delays into it. And again, we were hard on them in terms of the so it's not something which one could call it alarming in the overall scheme of things. And we think that overall we are capable to get almost close to 10 departments being clean as a province, which reflect very good in terms of sustainability. Others have kind of maintained sustainability as part of the process. I've covered, Honourable Chair, this part into it. This is now the entities. Entities is just as well the same into it. Except that you are seeing one red, which is the Eastern Cape Rural Development entity in terms of it. I think there are a lot of governance lapses which are embedded there, and I think you had to deal with the board, including the CEO as part of it, because a lot of irregularities which have kind of been found as part of the process. So we think then that we know even there, but you are seeing a lot of greens if you look through all the particular entities, which means that the ground is fertile for service delivery into it. So all what we need to do is an element of delivering the particular service in that kind of fertile ground, which we have on our chair. Please, of course, there's provincial audit improvement plans, which we do as part of the process. Of course, it would be not justice for us to reflect, not to reflect the element of the risk. We do have the risk into it. The vertical, horizontal split as part of the process is part of it. There are other contingent liabilities, medical legal, for example, the exposure is about 22 billion in terms of the province. So which means that if those things find its expression, we're going to find ourselves wanting into it. And also the issue that we're not growing enough is one of these. There is also element of the Bella Act that act is not funded, Honourable Chair. I have to say it. It comes with the implementation is going to be, it's now because it's chop and change in somewhere somehow into it. Because the act, yes, it comes with implication, but the issue of implementation on the ground is something which we need to have a discussion. We did a discussion with basic education in the province, of course. I think they are having a discussion even today with Bella about the Bella implementation on its own, and of course the funding challenges which is embedded as part of the process. So I think it's one of those elements which is actually I think, Honourable Chair, you will realize that I've jumped a lot of things into it, but I did touch in certain things, but for the sake of time, I had my watch. MEC knows me. Once I tried to contain myself, not to be too excited and get too deep in certain presentations, so I've managed to contain myself within the ambit of the time. So, but the low growth issues is something which we know of as a province, and it's something which, of course, we're working through as part of the investment and economic infrastructure into it. We do have investment pipeline, Honorable Chair, in terms of the process. I have to say, it's not like it's not the investment pipeline. Some, they are realizing its value in terms of what we're there into it. At this moment, we even have standard, what is it? It just at Makana, the National Arts Festival, which is actually our flagship in Makanda in terms of the arts festival. It brings a lot of economy and economic growth for the province. The other provincial development initiatives which we provide in order to help also our SMMEs, MSMEs, which is called the new word, in how it's been reviewed. Also, we look at element of, we do have wind pipeline, electricity, wind farms, actually, wind farms in Eastern Cape because of the wind which we have. I think there's a lot of investment which comes through, which of course help us in terms of now from the electrification generation point of view. We do look at budget facility for infrastructure as part of it. We did get some money from this facility for Gqeberha, especially into it, but also we're working with Infrastructure South Africa as part of the infrastructure investment in the province. We also, have projects which are reflected, shown in terms of in the presentation and content, both economical, social, and otherwise in terms of the province, with looking at in all kind of spheres of government, that is provincial, local, and also at national level, including the entities being part of what we're looking through as part of it. We do have the entities which we're trying to make them developmental in terms of now provide developmental agenda which we're looking through so that they are the extended arm of our implementation as part of it. We are refining them to make sure that they are in line with what we're looking through. And of course, there's element of equitable share, a review of the horizontal, vertical split, which working through into it. But we want to make sure every cent which we get, we invest it appropriately for the growth or inclusive growth of the province. But you will have seen also, as depicted in terms of the expenditure, that there's been improvement, constant improvement in terms of the expenditure for the province, 99.4%, and everything else into it, which goes to the element of what is actually there. So I think there are annexures which more deal with all the other element which is actually there. Please allow me to stop the Honourable Chair, and that's the presentation. But if you think that I can touch certain areas, it will be with your permission, Honourable Chair.
No, thanks very much for your presentation. I hope, even though you have skipped other slides, you will be able to respond to the question from the honourable members, because they were able to go through your slides on their own time. So you'll be able to respond. You will not say, no, I skipped a slide. Okay. So I think, thanks very much. I was looking at this Honourable Rider. If you look at the slides there at the bottom, the home of legend. When the honourable members, I think in Kwanyama, when he stands in the plenary, will say, from the home of legend. So now I know where it's coming from. I see these things. It's real. It's not something that they are speaking about it outside.
Chair, is Mr. Brits included in that description?
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah. Home of legend. You also join in there. Yeah. No, that's Eastern Cape for you. Yes. Thanks very much, Eastern Cape, for your presentation. And now we're going to allow the Northern Cape, North Cape. Let's see, what do you call yourself? Is it the home of what? lona le ba di G21. MEC Magak. Eh?
It's a province of first, Honorable Chair.
The province of
many firsts. Yes.
Manifest. Okay. Yeah. Ne? Hey. No, I think. Yeah. Let me see now. The platform is yours
Okay.
and your team. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think let me take this opportunity to acknowledge all the honorable members and thank you for this opportunity to come and engage with your good self. The name is Venus Blenis Machache. Yes, and I think we've actually brought an army for you here, Honorable Chair. I was looking at the Eastern Cape's delegation and I felt like we might have just gone a bit overboard with the delegation we've brought to come and engage with this committee. I think I was also just having a chat with Honorable Mvoko outside, and I was saying the advantage we have is that we have both economic development and treasury under one roof. So I have the HOD of treasury and the HOD of economic development accompanying us today. But thank you so much for an opportunity to engage with your good selves. We are from the Northern Cape. One of the youngest provinces in the country. And we are bringing up this point because we were established post-apartheid, post-94. And being a province that is new and born out of democracy, we've literally had to build most of our infrastructure from scratch. And we've not really benefited most from your legacy system or infrastructure that existed before 94. Of course, the infrastructure that would have existed in the province would have been due to mining, but it's a province that was predominantly used as a resource space. And geographically, we are the biggest province. I heard Eastern Cape say they're the biggest province, but we are actually the biggest province. We span about 370,000 kilometers, but we're only kilometers squared. But we're only home to 1.3 million people. So we're biggest in terms of size, but smallest in terms of population. And we are of a belief that the vastness poses both an advantage to us as a province, but also pose a disadvantage. And I think when the presentation is done, we will be able to go into more detail in terms of what we mean by that. We are home to quite a number of natural endowments. We are home to quite a number of minerals. 80% of the world's manganese reserves are in the Northern Cape. We have zinc in the province, we have copper in the province, rare critical minerals. But we are really bringing this point to this sitting because I think I was quite excited to see in the letter that was sent through to us some of the challenges and how we think the committee can assist us in some of these issues. We are bringing the fact that we are home to so many natural endowments, but we don't necessarily benefit fully from these endowments. When you look at the PERS calculation, which is a point we want to bring across today as well here, we feel as a province that we are quite disadvantaged. There is an economic factor that is factored in when the calculation is done. But when you look at the GDP contribution of the province to the country, I think we're standing at about 2%. And we believe that we are contributing much more than that. And the reason you would not see it reflecting when stats are released, it's because of where the output calculation is done. It would be where these mining houses are headquartered, which is mostly in Gauteng. So we would not benefit from this aspect. That's why we've been quite champions in terms of the review of the PERS formula, because we are of a belief that it really does disadvantage us as a province, not just in terms of the economic component, but also in terms of the vastness of the province. Cost of delivering services in the Northern Cape, it's quite high because of the long distances that we have to travel. Just moving from Kimberley to Springbok, you would travel over 800 kilometers, still in the same province. We are home, and I know this is sometimes a surprise when you engage with people who are outside the province. We are home to about 313 kilometers of the coastline, which we believe we've not fully tapped into. We've not fully tapped into the potential and the contribution that this coastline can make to the province in terms of logistics, in terms of aquaculture, and in terms of energy developments. And when the presentation is done, we'll really go into detail in terms of what we think we can do to advance some of the plans that we have in the province. I think I've just made the point that there's extensive exploration and extraction that is happening in the province, which is not necessarily fully benefiting the province as it is supposed to. We are also home to most of the clearest skies in the country, which allows the universe to be studied into billions of years back. We are home to the SKA, we are home to the South African largest telescope, but also what happens is mining of data in the Northern Cape, and the processing of that data happens outside the province, which means most of the people who would be employed to process this data would then be in other provinces. We have the second lowest unemployment, although it has increased from the last quarter to the first quarter of this year, but we still remain the second lowest province when it comes to unemployment. And there are plans that we have put in place to ensure that we address this aspect. We are soon to launch the Northern Cape 60,000 jobs plan. And how we got to calculate 60,000, it's our contribution basically from the president's announcement on the creation of 2.5 million jobs over the next 5 years. Looking at when you do a rough calculations, the fact that we contribute 2% of that would roughly place you at 60,000, and we believe that's what we need to do as a province to contribute towards this, the job creation. Of course, there are quite a number of structural challenges that we'll have to address in order for us to get to the creation of these jobs, and we will be outlining that in the presentation that we will take the committee through. But not only that, we have just concluded our Northern Cape Infrastructure Master Plan, because we believe all these plans must be able to respond to each other. There's infrastructure challenges in the province, and if we're to create jobs, then we'll have to address those infrastructure challenges that we have. So without wasting any time, Honorable Chair, I thought we would just give that brief background. If you allow, we actually have two presenters. Like I said, we came with the team from Economic Development and Treasury. Mr. Hendrik Low will take us through the first part. He'll be very short. He'll take us through the first part, which will focus on the economic development component, and the HOD of Treasury will then take us through the fiscal position of the province. But we are a province with potential, but also a province with challenges. And we do believe that working together we'll be able to address those challenges. But thank you very much once more for allowing us the opportunity to come and engage with yourself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much, MEC. I'm really immediately going to move in and just differentiate us again as my MEC, the province of New. We the real Makoya, Northern Cape. Coming to that side, I'm briefly going to run through the provincial growth.
Chair, I beg your pardon, sorry. Can I just ask you to aim the microphone at your mouth and we can hear
Certainly,
better?
sir. Will do. Apologies for that. Coming immediately over and following the script as proposed, we didn't deviate from that methodology, is then the Provincial Growth and Development Plan. That initiate our approach in terms of the longer term view up to 2040, in terms of how do we approach our socio-economic development, and 4 catalytic pillars within there. And needless to say, the emphasis being initially on economic development, that initiate transition into a good social basis, affecting normally then your Human Development Index and your Gini coefficient for a balanced societal emphasis on good household income, education, health, and life expectation. Subsequently, as is following on that, is environmental integrity, because sustainable development and the pillars is very clear on that. And as we then transition is the underbuilt of good governance, because that is a sound investment destination. And a lot of our new province principle is that of long-term net present value and return on investment. So subsequent sound governance give you that equity surety. The 4 pillars I've elaborated will not extend, though. In isolation, policy and regulation and strategy is worthless, and therefore a very strong driven system of structure introduced, and that follow through in a funnel approach then from the NDP, the GNU outcomes, the NDP strategic priorities, and those 3 being pertinent for us: inclusive growth, job creation, and then maintain, optimize the social wage, and then the capable, ethical, developmental state. Petitioning that further then is to say, as the Northern Cape, we integrate and embrace, and we literally then extend that to be a modern, growing, successful province, and that encapsulate our mode of delivery, our mode of institution, moving into an elaborative system of provincial structures, but not duplicating, with focus on good governance, and then going right through into our social dimensions with economic response, and hoarding in investment. Very important is we understand our limited fiscal reference, and from here on forth we see it moving into the district development model, a strong support measure, strong national support, and also in an effort to advance IGR, because as mentioned, limited fiscus, huge resource portfolio, a lot of structural challenges. This does take a coordinated structure, and this is why we are very grateful for this committee today. Accentuating what is our priorities from the economic side is the diversification of our economy. We do have structural challenges in our economy with a tremendous overexertion of dependency on the tertiary sector currently, which is not sustainable. Our primary sector out there is at just over 24% of our GDP, mining the key driver, but also then agriculture. But really that has been limiting us as our national contribution of 2% and our provincial contribution of 8% is manufacturing, local value addition. And this is a historic trend that we've seen from, well, basically the 1860s, when copper was starting to be extracted through Homie Bay, which is now the Buchu Bay to be, and then furthermore what we saw the Oppenheimer regime doing to Kimberley and where we are captured now. In terms of that, definitely our focus remained then consistently on those critical pillars of development, and you will see them feeding through as we go about. Now, translating all of that, we gave you a horizon, we've given you a focus, but like my MEC has said, we getting our hands dirty, getting into the economy, getting into the quadrohelix, getting into society with enterprise development, moving into our businesses and our knowledge part. Home of many new, the Saul Plaichi great, and that heritage continue into the university, and we're capturing on that as well. So our Northern Cape Jobs Plan, that 60,000 signing MOUs, making it tangible, sectoral based, is a pertinent focus for us at 2024 to a 2029 horizon, and that coincides with the investment drive as well. So not just extending on what the economy is generating now, but looking at new horizon. Now, if we look at our comparative advantages of the Northern Cape, we will see definitely land mass, 33% of South Africa's land mass. Our regional placement in SADC pertinent. We see the frontiers of Namibia, opportunity and threat, and then our interface in terms of the Western, Eastern Cape, Northwest as well. Free State and feeding into the Gauteng province. So mindful of the mineral resource portfolio that originate, as my MEC has alluded to, the current status of manganese, 80% of the world's resource, but also the advent of the new battery era. The rare earths, lithium, copper, zinc, these are the game changers of the future that we see coming forward, and limited not only there. Then renewable energy, a tremendous blessing for us, but once again the Northern Cape at risk to just be the extraction source. Now, from the Northern Cape Green Hydrogen Master Plan, over 1,000 gig of solar and over 800 gig of wind nominal capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Northern Cape in consumption 1.2 gig stand for energy, We're already overproducing. Eskom literally switches us off at some times of the day because we overproduce. So technically speaking, we are a green island existing already. Now that we translate again into, as mentioned, our governance, and I want to emphasize and just highlight for you, our knowledge economy is pertinent. The Saul Plaatje University, an effort to localize, not like the SKA sterilizing and extracting data from the Northern Cape, but we want that real-time local investment. Then we furthermore looking at our energy portfolio, a very balanced portfolio, looking at renewable energy, but also green hydrogen. The resolve of green hydrogen is a local consumption, but bulk production to reach your price margin, which is market accepted, is pertinent. And Northern Cape, with close vicinity to the renewable and the hydrogen overlay, with a port of export, is the resolve there. Mining is pertinent for us, and then I want to emphasize logistics just briefly on there. Logistics is the pertinent enabler, and that's the biggest structural challenge that we currently face in the Northern Cape. In addressing those elevations of global accessibility, but also regional interface, but reversing old apartheid regime structural planning, GEAR and as GISA planning that had nodal densities, we can address and make the pie bigger. I know there's a huge fear of cannibalization, but that is not our real threat. Our real threat is not equipping our economy to add value and participate in the global economy. Furthermore, is low barriers of entry is important for us. The tourism sector, our SMME sector, very important. Not going to belabor this. All in all, the Northern Cape looks fairly balanced. But if we look at the structural dynamic of the construction of our sectoral contributions of our GDP, we are faced with a challenge. Now, as mentioned, all in all, when we look at our Human Development Index and we look at our Gini coefficient, it already sets those clear disparities out there. But our poverty index tells us, at essence, the economy is not absorbing and providing food on tables. And we can see this filtering through in terms of our health figures. We can see it filtering through in our productivity figures. And we need to address that because we are the third highest province in terms of food insecurity. Yet we produce for Europe 3 months of the year quality export product. Good. What will unlock all of this? And I've given you the dynamics of a problem statement and I've given you the analysis of a status quo. But if we move into this province, we need to address the previous planning inhibitors and we need to industrialize. And as mentioned, this has been inherited and transferred. We need to address also the provincial equitable share to have institutional capacity. You can think what it cost us to service this magnitude. HOD Gazella, Dr. Gazella, will address this and elaborate on these challenges. It was pertinent to hear the onslaught on the roads in the Eastern Cape. But the origin source of that is hitting right through into all the provinces, and it's originating in the Northern Cape. So we and our communities are at essence of this. And then furthermore is our resource regulators. We have, the Germans love to say, not in our own backyard. Well, in our own backyard is the Northern Cape. DMRP and DEE is regulating IPPs and mines with over 3 billion social and labor plan implications. That money filters into the sand. We literally have primary schools being painted 4 times a year. Those walls are going to fall over on their own. But we can't pay for a 1.2 million water pump to supply a community because no, the DMRP says that's a municipal service. So those are the type of inhibitors that we find that we can unlock. And then we've got, needless to say, is our policy and economic ecosystem need to integrate. Our regional development, our infrastructure master plan, our industrialization is dependent on an IGR approach. And then our critical minerals and energy. We again knocking on the door of just being the extraction source. Key projects to unlock this. The answer is out there. We need to unlock Buchu Bay border beyond what we currently see progress. The Buchu Bay SEZ, the Namakwa SEZ, energy generation and grid planning need to incorporate local beneficiation, green hydrogen production. And then SKA, SALT, SPU, that conglomerate of knowledge and using that data, large green data centers, and then construction and manufacturing. Madam Chair, this is just the current mind map for electron and molecule and related green industry and the interface between the Northern Cape as bulk price margin relevant producer, global accessibility, feeding into Saldanha, feeding into Ngquge, feeding then also into the cluster in Gauteng, Sasolburg and Durban. The economy needs this if we want to be globally competitive towards 2030, 35, especially CBAM-wise. I'm not going to belabor these drooling points on each of these projects, but if I may elevate at that is, Bohube as an unlocking mechanism is pertinent for us. Bulk services into a Namakwa special economic zone, into a Katu industrial park, into a Uppington industrial park. The fiscus of the province can't handle that. Just point in case, 3.2 billion rand government investment in bulk will unlock 30 billion private sector investment. Now that's good return on investment, but we need that from a national fiscus premise. I've spoken about pipeline infrastructure, Gamagara, the Walhards irrigation. Very important is also the Fjolsdrift Dam, our school revitalization. We still got asbestos on a daily basis in the lungs of our people on roads, in schools. We haven't addressed that. Our fiscus do not allow for that. Housing allocations, very important for us. What I want to emphasize then, taking further and noting my time allocation, is our Northern Cape Green Hydrogen Master Plan. Pertinent, it's a South African release, and that takes us forward towards this process. I'm jumping over a lot. Our finance is not just fiscus dependent, but we need to take that first step as government to unlock. In terms of the provincial entities' performance, I'm briefly going to address that, and then I'm going to be handing over to Dr. Gazella. In the Northern Cape, we've got predominantly two entities. We've got our regulatory entities, liquor and gambling. That is amalgamated and integrated completely with a functional board and moving towards a contract term appointment of a CEO. From that side, the Act promulgated, the board fully functional, the CEO acting and moving forward, and the amalgamation concluded, and we can see the benefits already in terms of efficiency and cost. And then in terms of mandate, needless to say, govern liquor and gambling in the province. The key focus is looking at those licenses and giving feedback, and the achievement there is 100%. The audit outcomes unqualified, and then the financial status is around about a 30 million budget allocation per annum with the income generation, and currently litigations and liabilities, that is 5 license related. When we come more towards our commercial entities, great strides made by the province. 2024 phase 1 concluded, integrating 2 entities, and then the 3 further entities in phase 2. Those are also the entities that will enable and advance towards self-sustainability and additional income generation. Well-governed institution, actors in place, the board fully functional, the CEO position out there currently acting, also transitioning for advertisement and being filled. And as mentioned, the amalgamation process advancing very well. Phase 1 concluded successfully, phase 2 entered into. The mandate, very wide, investment, destination promotion, and then managing critical governance assets and macro projects. And really, as you can see, doing a sterling job on the right-hand side. And then the summary of the indicators, addressing investment, addressing those asset management, and then also those macro projects and destination promotion. The average achievement was 98% of those indicators, but there I must say we are dependent on certain private sector and national departments for hosting events and local elements, and when they withdraw, we are left on a limb, but we are recovering. From a finance or from an audit outcome side, we can see the hard work done in the institution, and 2023-24 clean audit, and then also from the financial status, a current budget on phase 1 of 56,780,000, and then current liabilities and litigations is 2 HR related matters. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I've got now the privilege to hand over to Dr. Gazella.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. This is our outline as per the terms of reference. That is our vision, mission, and values. as a provincial treasurer. Then, Honorable Chair, coming to the fiscal and cash flow position, what we can indicate is that over the MTF, our budget is 71 billion, averaging about 23 billion per financial year, 25-26 being the base in this context. What we can mention, Honorable Chair and members, is that on that, I'll focus on 25-26 with your permission, that 23 billion, 75% or so is the equitable share, contribution, that 17 billion, and 5.5 billion being the conditional grants. That's about 23%. And then critically, Honorable Chair, the own revenue down there, second line from the bottom, is about $500 million. We'll speak on that item in subsequent slides. We're investing a lot of efforts on that item. This slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, is just the payments that we make to the departments. What we can just highlight on this slide is an amount of 1 billion under other non-discretionary. Why we're highlighting that, Honorable Chair, is the amount that we are setting aside to redeem our debt. We've got a debt as a province of about $1 billion. So over MTF, it's 1 billion, this year being 224 million. In this description, Honorable Chair, with your permission, I won't cover it. I've spoken to the breakdowns of our amounts. And maybe I can just focus on the last item to indicate that health and education is one of our key risks as a department, but we'll speak or expand on that in subsequent slides. This is the breakdown of our bank accounts as a province, the exchequer accounts. You can see, Honorable Chair and members, there that in education and health, they are overdrawn, biggest contributors to the unauthorized or the provincial debt that I spoke about. This is just a description of what I've just indicated, Honorable Chair. This slide, Honorable Chair, it's a breakdown from 2016 to 2017 of our provincial debt, the one that I indicated that it's a billion. Education is the contributor, Honorable Chair. Perhaps what I can indicate in this slide, that as a province, we are advocating consequence management extensively, led by our Honorable Premier. The MEC is supporting us on that extensively on issues of unauthorized and other financial management issues. We've got frameworks in the province for those dealing with those financial misconducts. We thought let's just touch on that one. Accruals and payables in the province, Honorable Chair, currently it's just over 3 billion. Over 3 billion. Again, consequence management is part of our focus on that. We are very, very busy, led by the MEC and supported extensively by the Premier in enforcing that, especially on the accruals which are not backed by cash. Revenue enhancement strategies, Honorable Chair, the MEC in her remarks, he spoke at length on the challenges on our formula, and one of the strategies that we want to exploit on that is on our own revenue. What we can indicate here is that we've got a revenue enhancement strategy approved by the EXCO. We're implementing it, Honorable Chair. These are its elements. We do have, Honorable Chair, some challenges on the biggest contributor of own revenue, the motor license vehicles. Honorable Chair, what we can indicate on that is that we've been experiencing under collections as a trend. It's due to the outsourced contract on the collection of the MVLs or motor vehicle licenses. And we're insourcing, as part of our strategy, we're outsourcing that function. We are insourcing that function. We've got a time horizon, Honorable Chair. In the next a year or 2 years, we want to stabilize that 2% collection. Stabilization is our goal in the next first to 2 years. And then after that, we are aiming or planning to break through the 3% barrier. Our share there, it's 2%. These are the other elements, Honorable Chair, without going in details, whether it's the appointment of traffic officers, whether it's the operationalization of the private wing of the hospital, and so forth. We're investing a lot of time and resources on our own revenue. The slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we're talking of our debts in the province, owed what the municipalities are owing us as a province. We've given a breakdown there, Honorable Chair. Maybe what we can indicate, it's part of our revenue collection strategy, the collection, whether at government level, rather PFMA level, and also at MFMA level. At MFMA level, I can indicate, Honorable Chair, that in the debt owed by the municipalities, we play an active role as a treasury in assisting in those collections, there, even on issues that the municipalities are owing, their creditors. We are having an active role there. The issues of debt relief, over 50% of our municipalities are participating there, and we are getting some returns on that. Spending outcomes, Honorable Chairperson, we've put slides for all the 3 years as per the terms of reference. Without going to the numbers, what we can indicate, Honorable Committee members and Honorable Chair, is that as a province, we are spending without fail around 99% as a province. On the conditional grants, again, we are at 99% or so. The figures that are there, the under savings, is part of rollovers, which we do get, Honorable Chair, and which we do get back out of that process. It was 23, this is 2024. I'm not going to go in detail, Chair. Just perhaps in this slide, just to indicate the new phenomenon that we're seeing is that in the year that we've just closed, in the wage bill and the operational costs, we are seeing the negatives there. It's due to the risks that we are facing as a province. We will spend a minute or so. We're seeing the numbers there, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. This is the description that I've spoken about already. This is the financial year. We thought best, Honorable Chair, that we'll just zoom in the 2 months and see at the trends for the rest of the financial year. What we can indicate here is that we are projecting an over expenditure of that amount, 835 million. Some of it is rollovers that are included there. Some is real projections. Honorable Chair, we are the province that projecting the over expenditure due to the risk that we will cover the Department of Education and Health leading the pack in terms of those risks. It's just an illustration there. This slide speaks to our conditional grants coming to 5.5 billion a year. I indicated, Honorable Chair and members, that we spend about 99% of those grants. The figures there, it's early days, hence we've only spent about $500 million after 2 months. I've spoken to that slide, our trend there, what we're seeing, the over expenditure in the operational costs and the wage bill. The risks, with your permission, Chairperson, a minute or so, we'll spend some time on that. Our Honourable Chair did cover at length the issue of the fiscal, or rather of the formula at length that she's spent on that. I'll just put a comma on that. What we can indicate in this slide, Honourable Chair, is that the issues of the wage bill, the ICS adjustments, they've got a big knockout or spillover effect to the province. We've highlighted that as our top risk. It's an issue for us, Honourable Chair and members. The accruals, I did spend a time on that, which are exceeding 3 billion in our province. Issue of fiscal consolidation, it's not assisting to us as a province, especially due to the size of our province. It's an issue, Honourable Chair. My colleague, HOD Majek, did cover the Bella implications. It's also a factor and issue with us as well, and hence we've documented it on that last point. This slide, Honourable Chair, it's a graphical illustration of the Department of Education. I think a key takeaway, they're close to $1 billion, 748 million. That's what we are projecting at the Department of Education. Notwithstanding, Honourable Chair, the amounts that are coming on our way, we've seen it in the provisional additional allocation by the Minister of Finance. We've allocated there, but you are still having that projected over expenditure. I must mention, or we must mention, that as a province, we are doing all we can within our capabilities in alleviating or mitigating that projected over expenditure, whether it's spending reviews there, whether it's reprioritization in departments and in certain specific line items of the Department of Education, and the MEC on her side regularly interacting with the Minister of Finance on our situation as a province, as it comes to the Department of Education. I thought, let me mention that fiscal consolidation being the root cause, Madam Koza, Madam Ndlovu, shall I call you Madam Koza, Madam Ndlovu, that's the root cause. So we are seized with that Department of Education and to some extent Department of Health. I'm almost there, Honourable Ndlovu. Fiscal challenges, we've really drummed, we believe, as the MC has indicated, Honourable Chair, that this committee can assist us on the formula. I'm not going to repeat it. The MC really invested time on that. That is that slide, really. That's the message that we are putting in that slide, the sparsity of the province, the geography of the province, the historical context that the MEC has given, the cost of services in the Northern Cape being so expensive compared to other provinces. The last segment, Honourable Chair, is our audit outcomes. what we can say there is that as a province, we are one of the very few provinces, Honorable Ndlovu, where you've got the Provincial Treasury, where you've got the legislature, where you've got the Office of the Premier, those oversight departments that are in the clean audit space. Very few provinces have got those clean audits in those departments that are setting the tone. You can see, Honorable Chair, in 23-24, half of our departments are sitting in that clean audit space. Traveling from 1920, where you had two, and those two departments were the Premier's office, were the Treasury. So you've got a situation where the Premier's office, where the Provincial Treasury, for over 10 years in succession, they have been getting the clean audits leading from the front. I thought we should mention that, and we are always being accompanied by the Department of Social Development in those audit outcomes. That trifecta of three departments consistently over the 10 years getting the clean audits. This is just a breakdown of what I've indicating. It's a breakdown per the department from 1920 until where we are. We do not have disclaimers, Honorable Ndlovu and Honorable members. That's a graphical illustration in this slide. I've just spoken through these points. And in the last slide, our last slide, just to indicate that as a province led by the Honorable Premier, it's his pet project led by our Honorable MEC. We are having this targeted support in departments. Our vision, our objective is that ultimately we would like to see all departments, Honorable Ndlovu, sitting on the clean audit space. That's the work that we do, whether on the AG action plans and so forth. With that, thank you for giving us the opportunity. Thank you, Madam.
Thanks very much, Dr. Gazelle. I thought the Honorable MEC will just whisper to you to say, it cannot be only yourself on the clean audit. When we are saying your province is there are very few provinces that receive the clean audit. Everybody will want to be praised. No, thanks very much for the presentation. Can we just have only 2 minutes break, then we'll come back. 2 minutes. Thank you. As committee members, we do even our oversight. We know that when you come here, you come doing the paper presentation. But down there, you might find that things are different. That's when this committee now comes in. Also noting what the AG have also indicated. So it's something that will not be surprised because they will ask you in what they've seen vis-a-vis what you have written. I know you know them. The others are coming from your province and they did their own visit. They will tell you, I'm going to tell you who's going to say what, but it's just a matter of time. Thanks very much for your presentation, and it was indeed informative. And at least looking at also the AG, there's at least a progress in terms of the audit, especially from your different provinces. I'm now going to allow honorable members to ask questions so that you can be able to respond to that. I will start, sorry, no. I will start with Honorable Didimalo Lekwase, Honorable Siwisa, then Honorable Bretz, Honorable Swart, then Chair of Chairs. In that order. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to members of the Select Committee, Honorable MECs and officials from provinces. A very good morning to you. Chairperson, this morning my questions will mostly emanate from the presentations that were put before the committee, starting with the province of the legends, the Eastern Cape. I want to check on the issue of, as members of this committee and as members of the parliament, we always say that we want to see the value for money. Because as the chairperson has already mentioned, what is on the paper does not translate to what we see on the ground. Eastern Cape in education, given the significant allocation of the 48% of the provincial equitable share to education, can you provide more insight on how these funds are being utilized to improve educational outcomes in the province? For example, or specifically, what measures are in place to ensure that substantial investment in education will translate to better learner performance and higher graduation rate? On the conditional grants still in the Eastern Cape, the presentation highlights an increment in conditional grant allocations, particularly in the provincial roads maintenance grant. Can Provincial Treasury elaborate on specific projects and initiatives that will be funded through these grants and how they will contribute to improving the province's infrastructure and economic development? The presentation chairperson mentions the irregular expenditure reduction project, which has resulted to 92% of the 7.3 billion irregular expenditure baseline balance being condoned. Can the province provide more detail on the outcomes of these projects, including any disciplinary actions taken against officials responsible for irregular expenditure and how the province plans to prevent similar instances in the future? This takes us back to preaching about consequence management. Then coming to Northern Cape, we have seen a commitment, or we had a commitment from the province to debt redemption, with 1 billion allocated towards debt repayment by the end of 2027-28. Can the Provincial Treasury provide more insight into the strategy for managing debt and ensuring long-term fiscal sustainability? Just tell us how the province plans to balance debt repayment with other pressing expenditure needs, such as compensation of employees and infrastructure development. My last question, Chair, would be that the province has adopted revenue enhancement strategies focusing on the Department of Health, Transport, Safety and Liaison. Can Provincial Treasury provide more details on the progress and outcomes of these strategies, such as taking over motor vehicle licensing function from the post office and the refurbishment of way bridges. How do these initiatives contribute to improving revenue collection and reducing dependence on equitable share? Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Siwisa.
No, thank you, Chair, and greetings to the MECs and the delegation that's with them. Chair, let me apologize. There's a member of the NCOP that was sworn in, so I think I've missed out on the most important. I'm not saying the Eastern Cape presentation was not important, but because I'm standing here coming from the Northern Cape, and I've missed out on the presentation. But Chair, as you've alluded, some of us, we do oversight when we are home, and there are certain things that we pick up. So my questions to the Northern Cape, that's where I'm going to focus, to the MEC. MEC, we've got a crisis in the Northern Cape. Tourism is at its lowest. Our biggest contribution towards economic growth in the Northern Cape were mostly focused on the big hole. And the stopping of the operation of the tramp in the Northern Cape has caused many people, we've lost a lot of money when it comes to that. It's not a lot of people that come to the Northern Cape because there's not enough advertising that is done, according to my observation when it comes to that. So tourism has gone to its lowest point in the Northern Cape. The town of Kimberley has become a ghost town where you find that most of the shops that were operating, I think anybody that grew up in Kimberley, we knew we used to have Royal Furnitures, Ellerines, Town Talk. It was the hub. The central part of Kimberley was where most activity is happening. But when you go to the town nowadays, you find that the town is turning into a ghost town. You find foreigners occupying most of those buildings. Crime is at its highest. People do not feel safe. In such a manner, people are being pushed to go and buy in malls. So what plans would you have, or what advice would you give to the tourism sector in the Northern Cape to help it again, to ensure that, because tourism in other instances was where most people were employed, because many people knew what was happening in Kimberley. So how can we come up with a turnaround strategy when it comes to the tourism section of Northern Cape in particular? Local government is a mess. Salt Lake municipality has been downgraded. Every time you hear of municipal officials that are being arrested by the Hawks, being charged for money laundering and fraud that is happening within the municipalities, how can we assist, how can you advise me to assist the local government, even SALGA in the Northern Cape, to ensure that we deal with corruption within in Northern Cape as a whole? There are recent news of partnership between the Department of Health and the mining sector in JTG. What are the terms and conditions for those partnership that is happening? Because we know that there's been recent news that are going around about the hospital in Kuruman and the state of the building and the services that need to be provided is just a mess there. So what is the memorandum of understanding between the Department of Health and mining sector, Chairperson? The province has recently returned money to the National Treasury, even though the province is still struggling, especially when it comes to human settlement. We've got a very high backlog when it comes to providing our people with human settlement places, specifically building of houses. We've got a lot of formal and informal settlements, but we still do not have enough houses that needs to be provided, and it's of a concern. Chair, most of my things will be more of concerns and things that I found when we happened. And MEC, I need to check with you. Maybe some of these questions you won't be able to answer now, or later on you'll be able to give us a response. We've got a crisis when it comes to the state mortuary or the Kimberley Hospital, or what is known as the Robert Sobukwe Hospital mortuary, where there is not enough space to actually keep the deceased. Last year, there was a project that was started of building a state mortuary next to the West End Hospital. And for some reason, the project has stopped. I don't know if you have got any idea as to why the project has actually stopped, Chairperson. I know some of my questions are very vague, so I'm not pressurizing the MEC. If she's got answers, she will answer. If I can get a response at a later stage, it will also be welcome, because these are some of the questions that come from the people that we meet with when we are when we are doing our constituencies. So for now, Chair, that will be my only questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me join my previous colleagues in terms of welcoming the presentations from the two provinces, being Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape province. Madam Chair, let me first share my sympathy with the Eastern Cape with regards to the impact regarding the 30% US tariff increase. Let us not regard as an impact to the Eastern Cape province only. Let's regard it as a lesson as a country that is the consequences of a country that it's relied on other countries in terms of advancing their own, whether it's economic growth or it's a job creation. So this is a lesson from the Eastern Cape. Madam Chair, getting into the questions related to the presentation, as much as we had the sad news in terms of the unemployment rate, which is sitting at 36%, and the struggling economic growth, battling to reach lousy 2%, but one can live with the plans that are in place in terms of addressing the economic growth. Among others, it's the Catholic infrastructure projects that are meant to supplement job creation and advance the economic growth. My question is looking at this project, the tourism and agriculture, two projects, and two Wild Coast construction, and the one that is relates to the agriculture college, Dabankulu. I want to check, Madam Chair, with regards to these two projects, what are the anticipated outcomes around it? Was it costed in terms of what is it going to come out in terms of job creation? What is it going to come out in terms of economic growth? That's number one. Number two, critical departments in the Eastern Cape. When I'm saying critical, I'm saying that those are the frontline services department, education and health. It seems as if they are tracking the progress in that province with regards to an authorized expenditure. There was a mention of consequence management. Can maybe the Eastern Cape give us the success rate in terms of consequence management with regard to those two departments, which even when you look at the Auditor General's outcomes, they are sitting at red, which means there is no improvement. Well, what are the success rates or success interventions pertaining those two departments? Again, the other question relating to Eastern Cape, it's the good initiative, revenue enhancement. There is a plan to generate further 2 billion. I want to check as to whether is that far the Eastern Cape they can jump. Well, or it was just because I've just put it on my notes here that they are aiming at around further 2 billion through this project. Whether they've just exhausted everything that can be incorporated into the revenue enhancement plan. The other one, the positive one, Madam Chair, the spending part, it's grateful to listen from the provinces. We are fighting when we are at that process right now, the division of revenue. Fighting for our own respective provinces. I want to see a bigger slice going to KwaZulu-Natal, where I come from. But it is impressive to see both provinces telling us that with regards to the expenditure part of these equitable shares and grant and conditional grants, they are spending around 99%, which is a very positive one. I've indicated, Madam Chair, regarding the two provinces which are sitting in red, education and health, and the frontline state of those departments. The other one, Madam Chair, relating to two provinces, it's with regards to Bella Act. Definitely all 9 provinces will have a similar situation because we have approved it, yeah, but approving it without allocating funds attached to the implementation side of it, it's just a document sitting there for nothing else but to accumulate dust. It's a very important document, Madam Chair, to deal with. Quick one is for clarity regarding Northern Cape Province, regarding the debt status. I'm not clear here on page 43 of the presentation. So we are given 215 million revenue relating to motor vehicles, and then just to get a full picture here, what do we need to do there to add those two? Because on the bottom one, 5 municipality collective, all provinces, maybe if we can get a clarity there as to what's the real picture. That is, the other one, the last one. Again, I remember I've raised a concern with regards to the formula. Mine was different to the Northern Cape one because mine was in line with the late dated data that it's been used in terms of calculating the equitable shares. which is a different one that we had from the Northern Cape today, regarding what they generate as a province, but what it's been considered as a Gauteng when it comes to the allocations, due to the locations of the offices in terms of what they generate through mining. So in one way or another, we are giving other provinces a disadvantage. Yeah, maybe we can still relook at these formulas, because definitely in all aspects of it, being a data, being the whatever, then we need to relook at it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Yes, first of all, I am the permanent delegate from the Eastern Cape, from, as you correctly stated, the province of legends. But I know I run the risk of being stoned today by my honourable colleagues here, but I'm biased, Madam Chair, and I'm not scared to state that in public. The Eastern Cape is the most beautiful province in this country, and I also come from the most beautiful area in the most beautiful province, that is the Sarah-Baartman district, where we have all 7 wonders of the world. But
you don't travel to Western Cape.
that is the risk that I'm running at the moment. But fact remains, I'm not here to hold hands and sing Kumbaya with the provincial legislature today. First of all, I've noted that our Premier took leave for 35 days in the midst of a very, very serious crisis caused by the floods. More than 100 people died already, and infrastructure that was just diminished and damaged, and we've lost it. Secondly, I'm going to interrogate the presentation today at hand of the Attorney General's findings. Now, having said that, I've noticed that the Eastern Cape Province spent around about 65.9% of our budget on salaries. So let's take for granted, based on that figure, that we do have enough officials and employees to execute the job. Now, having said that, we only spend 18.6% towards goods and services. So we expect, if all our officials and employees are doing a sterling job, we expect sterling outcomes. Let me go to the following few aspects. Movement in outcomes were touched on by the HOD, but what we see is the Office of the Premier, the Provincial Legislature, and Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture has regressed according to the AG, and that is highly concerning. Further, according to the AG, weaknesses in performance were identified, which, according to the AG, reporting on service delivery is not credible. When the AG says it's not credible, it has bearing on today's presentation as well. The weaknesses in performance planning that was showcased today in the presentation, let's measure that against the AG's finding. According to the AG, various reported performance achievements of health, education, public works, transport, social development, the Office of the Premier and Rural Development Agency reported were not accurate. So immediately a question arises in my mind as to accuracy of the presentation today. But the AG goes further in stating that the reasons reported for over and or underachievement of social development, education, transport were not corroborated by supporting information. So there is a huge gap between the presentation today and the actual factual findings of the Attorney General. But what is more worrisome, and you've referred to it, and you've warned the provinces that we as public representatives do our own homework before we come here. There are certain issues that was raised, and I want to point it out very specifically to the Eastern Cape today. The target at the Department of Transport, the number of kilometers of serviced roads visually assessed, the target was 3,959 kilometers, but the achievement was only 3,661 kilometers, a huge difference, which I must add has a huge negative effect on service delivery. If farmers can't move produce and people cannot be moved, economic growth will be hampered. But it goes a bit further. 40,000 learners in the Eastern Cape does not have transport to school. We are in the middle of 2025, and still thousands of learners cannot access basic education because the Department of Transport is failing the children of the Eastern Cape. So I want to know from the delegation, what are your plans? I've heard all the promises that was made over the past 2-3 years, but actually what are your measurable plans that I can keep you to account? When it comes to basic education, public ordinary school education, listen to this. The budget that was spent was 100%. The target that was achieved, only 20%. That is not acceptable to any resident of the Eastern Cape. It goes a bit further. Also in education, the number of children accessing ECD, and remember what I've just said, transport of children to school. Bear that in mind. But listen to this. The MTSF target was 2.98 million children. The achievement after 4 years, listen to this, Madam Chair, 101,365. This is shocking, but it goes a bit further. In the Department of Human Settlements, the number of informal settlements upgraded to phase 3 of the upgrading of informal settlement program. Now, bearing in mind that the Eastern Cape is one of the most poor provinces in this country, in spite of our potential, we have one of the highest unemployment rates in this country. There are a lot of people, millions of people, that's dependent on informal settlements for a shelter over their heads. Now listen to this shocking statistic. The MTSF target was 1,500 human settlements, informal settlements, to be upgraded. The AG revealed the following, and this is absolutely shocking because we are talking about people. The achievement after 4 years, 0, 0, dololo, nothing. This does not come near the glossy presentation that we've received today. But it goes a bit further. When we come to infrastructure project delivery, and I'm going to interrupt myself, my own oversight in my province revealed the following. First of all, Blaukrans Pas on the N2 highway to the Western Cape, that's alternative route to the Tsitsikamma toll route, is closed for 18 years. It is well known as one of the most beautiful passes in this country, and it used to attract international tourists, local tourists. On the Eastern Cape side, it has been closed for 18 years because rain damaged it. On the Western Cape side, it was repaired. We are losing tourists. I take, for example, of the Woodland Sewage Purification Plant. Millions of rand public money was spent there. After 10 years, that sewage purification plant is not working, not functioning. Raw sewage is running into the forest. It is an environmental disaster waiting to happen. And I did lay a criminal charge with the South African Police Service regarding that specific site. It is a shame. It is a shame that a poor community like Woodlands are exposed to these kind of dangers that the Eastern Cape government is supposed to address. Thirdly, last week, I again visited the Krakiel sports station or sports facility. It was only finalized in November last year. What I found, a grandstand that was supposed to seat 400 people can nearly seat 100 people. And it is a danger because of not only construction, but also the plans that was executed. But it goes a bit further. 8 million rand public money was spent there. It goes a bit further. At Livingston Hospital, one of our major hospitals in Kebega, where people, poor people, must go to for medical assistance, must go to be treated. 74 doctors, including specialists, left over a two-year period. The bloated bureaucracy is the cause that frontline services are collapsing. But it goes a bit further. It goes a bit further. The AG, when it comes to project management, found the following. Human settlements management did not oversee proper contract management with regards to a non-performing contractor. We saw that during our oversized visits in the province during Provincial Week last year as well. At transport, poor monitoring, evaluation, oversight and quality control were found. That is in stark contrast of the glossing presentation that we've heard today. At education, failure by principal agent to discharge their duties and the department failing to refund the implementing agent to enable them to discharge the contractual obligations were found. What are the results of this, according to the AG? 467.7 million rand in unauthorized expenditure, only in 1 year. 2.7 billion rand irregular expenditure, 148 million rand in fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and 197 million rand estimated financial loss from 30 non-compliance and suspected fraud material irregularities identified since 2019. In total, that gives us a few billion rand that should have gone to basic service delivery. Now my question today, I have a lot of questions. I can keep the department or the Eastern Cape busy for the rest of the day. But my question is, in spite of all these facts known to the Eastern Cape government, why have no action been taken to address 97% of matters until the AG pointed it out. That's according to the report. So my question to the Eastern Cape. In your presentation today, page number 6, you say, the current medium-term low growth trajectory at about 1.6 to 2% per annum continues to be self-fulfilling and reinforcing existing spatial disparities. According to National Treasury, the Eastern Cape growth was 0.8%. Now, how will you ensure 100% growth in growth trajectory? I don't see how it's going to happen, but I want to hear the tangible plans from the Eastern Cape. How is that going to happen? Secondly, what are you going to do to ensure implementation of plans, oversight over projects, C, the eradication of fruitless, wasteful, unauthorized expenditure, your tangible plans, how the Eastern Cape is going to prevent that money that is allocated through the equitable share and direct and indirect grants goes back to Treasury. Residents of the Eastern Cape deserves better. And the residents of the Eastern Cape demands better. I am not satisfied having to listen to presentation after presentation from my province while I'm a really proud citizen of my province. That paints a picture that does not equate or corroborate with what we see and experience on the ground. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got worried, Honourable Brits started so good, highlighted the Eastern Cape. And now I've heard all the problems and challenges in the Eastern Cape. Yes, indeed, the Eastern Cape gave us legends of the past. But I'm from the province that are building the legends of the future. Service delivery, innovation and opportunity for all. Western Cape. Thank you, Honourable Brits. Just a couple of questions, Honourable Chairperson, on the Eastern Cape from the presentations. I'm, in this couple of months that I'm part of this NCOP, I'm really always, I like the way how we present and the value and all the inputs, the time, the efforts they put in putting up plans in front of us. But I'm worried of if I see and I read and see what the reality in some of our provinces, over the past 31 years. On the Eastern Cape, on the economic growth and development, how will you effectively unlock the potential of your catalytic sectors like agriculture, the film and green energy beyond your planning documents, seeing that your economic growth is below 2%? And then, very important for us in South Africa today, what is the role in your province, the role of the private sector playing in financing or implementing these game-changer projects that we see on paper today? And is there any MOU signed or partnerships been formed in moving forward? The second one on road and infrastructure backlog. The question, how realistic is it to fund this 145.9 billion backlog on infrastructure over the next MTEF? And what are the top priority areas identified for urgent attention in your province? And you also mentioned about SANRAL. Has SANRAL formally accepted the additional 300 kilometer of gravel roads? And what is the impact of that, if SANRAL did, on your province's budget? On provincial entities and SEZs, the Eastern Cape DC is lagging in its industrial parks revitalization despite years of effort. What clear timelines and accountability mechanisms are now in place to prevent further stagnation? We are 31 years down the line, and we experience and feel the poverty of our people out here becoming bigger and more challenging. And on equitable share formula, what specific proposals have the Eastern Cape Treasury submitted to the review task team regarding the socio-economic weighting of rural provinces in equitable share formula? And then just one or two questions from the Northern Cape's presentation on job creation and provincial growth plan. It's very enlightful to see your plans to create 60,000 jobs over the next 5 years. How will you ensure these are sustainable jobs and not short-term EPW-style interventions, because that is not permanent jobs? How will you monitor the delivery and economic multiplier of these projects at district level, especially in rural areas like Namakwa? And then also on the high impact projects, what national departments are co-funding or co-owning the SEZ and bulk infrastructure initiatives such as the Buchubai port and SEZ? And then the question now, how do we empower our people? Not just sustain jobs, but how do we really empower our people? How will communities benefit from the large-scale hydrogen and mining projects beyond labor opportunities, ownership, skills, and SME participation? The last question on the AG's findings, with health and education and roads and public works all receiving qualified opinions, what disciplinary actions or reforms has been taken to enforce consequent management? Consequent management, that is a problem. That is lacking in our country. How do we keep people responsible for what they the job that they get paid for, to empower, to change people's lives in our beautiful country? What systems are being introduced to improve performance indicator reliability and to reduce the repeated findings related to project delivery timelines and cost overruns? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much to the two provinces. We appreciate the effort put into the preparation of your presentations. Just to confirm, though, she's a servant of the people. Our Chairperson's surname is not Khoza. Her stature as a strong matriarchal leader makes her an elephant, so yes, indeed. Man Glovo. First of all, yes, Eastern Cape. I think the chairperson set us up well with the comment about the fact that we do oversight and we have historical perspectives as well. And I do want to hark back to an oversight visit that I did to the Eastern Cape there. And we focus mostly on small harbours and unlocking of the local economic development potential in the small harbours, and I think it was disappointing. A couple of the ones we went to, first one was East London, which really the harbour precinct looked terrible because there were restaurant areas beautifully appointed but standing vacant and abandoned. Port St John's, similar issues there, and then there was another harbour. I can't remember where it was. It was so remote. It was being developed, and there was all sorts of plans and schemes. But the big issue is that there was no coordination of catalytic projects between the three spheres of government. And of course, where the three spheres come together is in the NCOP. So it's something that particularly bothers me still today. The fact that you have plans to develop a new small harbour, but the province is not upgrading the road that leads to that small harbour, and the municipality does not have any municipal facilities to assist with the selling of fresh produce, etc. So I just saw the lack of coordinated planning that was happening there, and perhaps you can just update me on firstly the small harbours, what progress has been made there. I think Honourable Swart opened me up for this one. We've got a particularly nice place here in the Western Cape. I'm from Gauteng, but I like to visit it. It's called Kalk Bay. There's a place there called Kalkies. It's a restaurant. It's a rustic restaurant. It's actually owned by one of the fishermen. And the fish that he catches in the morning is served in Kalkies restaurant in the afternoon. And that really is unlocking economic opportunity for the fishermen and really making it a reality. We see similar places further up the coast as well. Hout Bay is another one that's got similar facilities. So I don't know how long you're here, but if you can find 3 hours to go to Kalkies, it's highly recommended, and it would serve as a good model, I think, to go and take a look at. But maybe you can just talk to me about the local economic development potential. You raised it in your presentation, and I think that unlocking those economic growth potential projects obviously brings jobs and improves areas and helps people. Tying it into tourism as well, because it's one thing to have a small harbour for fishermen, but when you're bringing tourists in there to eat and come and see how things work and buy things from the people selling curios and little things that they've made, suddenly you end up with a catalytic development that upgrades an entire area. That's my question for the Eastern Cape. Northern Cape, I have a couple of questions, please. The one relates to illegal mining in your space, and I think you raised the issue of mining specifically. You didn't address the illegal mining and the impact that that's having. I'd like to hear something a little bit from you on that, and what that illicit activity, the harm that it has in your space. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about there. There was a comment in the presentation about asbestos, and the comment, I wrote it down, so this is a direct quote: "Our fiscus does not allow for that." I wanted you to tell me, does that mean that there's a regulatory impediment, or is it just a case of there's not enough money? Can you just detail that for me, because a little alarm bell went off with just the way that was phrased. And then my last question, and this is aimed directly at the MEC. The Select Committee on Finance on a Wednesday, we meet on a Tuesday. On a Wednesday morning, we change T-shirts and we meet the same people as the Select Committee on Appropriations. And we look at things like DORA, Division of Revenue. One of the things that we are absolutely seized with is the restructuring or the realignment of the equitable share, provincial equitable share specifically, but also municipal equitable share. and you raise this as a concern, and I do think that you have the sympathy of this committee, because the cost of delivery in your province is alarming based on the sparse population and the vast distances that you have to travel. So I think per capita, certainly your cost of delivery is much higher, but overall, I think you do have challenges in that regard. So I'd like to hear from you, please. It's something I've been asking for years and never really getting to the bottom of it. The Budget Council is an important mechanism where you go and you put your case forward. How does it work in the Budget Council? Do you feel that you're being properly heard? Do you feel that there's a power imbalance in the Budget Council? I'm asking leading questions, and I'm seeing some grins from the other side of the table. I'm asking leading questions, but I'm asking it specifically because we're trying to find out why this process is taking so long. We've been hearing promises that the formulae will be revisited, but we've been hearing that for 4 years, and I've been driving this issue in this committee for over 4 years, and I do think it's important. So I'd love to hear your comments a little bit on that. Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, honourable members. I'm now going to, I'm not sure, MEC, who's ready, MEC Mvoko?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me start before they come in. And I would want to start with Honourable Ryder. I think you're correct when you talk about the collaboration among the three spheres, particularly when it comes in the issue of this one. This is a typical demonstration of how we do things separately of the small harbours. Port St. John's, you're correct, was one of those identified, and as well as I think there was one in Zambia, I'm sure it was Port Alfred or whatever. Yeah, I think it was Port Alfred as a small harbour, and there was one in Koha. And that task, I know, was a task for Public Works to work with the, what's the department? I think it was Budget National with DFFE and Public Works to work on that one. And I can say that up to now, it has not yielded the results that were expected, precisely because of your observation. Because what you are raising is correct, because the development of that small harbour is also for all of the things that you are mentioning, because it turns into it becomes a space where all those, when it comes to tourism, it sort of boosts your tourism, because everyone's going to be active, whether it's those in the curios and all of those. So, but unfortunately, also this is a function that lies elsewhere. When it lies here, you sort of want to listen to that one that is going to ensure that it happens in terms of funding it. So your observation is correct. Maybe it's a matter that we also will, when we go back, talk about it. And on the on the equitable share, I think they will talk to that one. And on the Premier's leave, I think how Honourable Brits perceives it is somehow not how we perceive it. I know there's been a lot of it has attracted a lot of comments throughout the country. And we have in the Eastern Cape a serious problem when it comes to initiation. And the Premier is not the first person to take that leave. Last year it was all over the social media when Honourable MEC Williams took leave for a month. It was the MEC for Cocta. 2 years ago, I took leave for a month when my son went there. The HOD has just come from a leave for that. Precisely because on our side, we want to ensure that we're preaching to the public that this is not a government matter, Honourable Chairperson. This is a family matter. It's not a traditional leader's matter. it will not be resolved by putting the traditional leaders at the center of it or putting government with a lot of money at the center of it. It will be resolved once we ensure that the families, the fathers, the uncles, they take responsibility of the child that goes there. So the point I want to raise is that the Premier is not the first person. It's unfortunate that the Premier has been targeted on this one. But secondly, it is linked to the disaster in KST. The Premier was there from the first day of the disaster until the rain subsided. He was there, personally. All other MECs joined the Premier in KST, in Mthatha. And he did not live there while everyone was, even when the President arrived while the Premier was there. All the ministers arrived in the presence of the Premier there. Secondly, disaster is located in Kokta. MEC Williams has been there throughout. The Premier left him there. He is still there. Because now the water has subsided. Most of the people have been found. So we are dealing with the welfare of those people and the way forward. And we have interministerial committees that sit almost every Sunday, and there's a report to that effect. So I think it's just being an unfair manner of addressing another human being. And that's my view, Honorable Chairperson, on that one. It is true. Let me tackle the issue on scholar transport. This is one matter that has always been, as Treasury, we are at the center of it. I'm raising it because I know when at the end of it, Treasury will be accused of not funding it. Now, I'm hearing for the first time that this financial year there have been cases brought forward. And I've just sent MEC Nqatha, who's responsible, to try and tell me, because we have made sure that whatever we budgeted for, if it is not enough, we even created a facility for the Department of Transport to be able to ferry those that are supposed to be ferried to school. Now, Honorable Bridge says, I would like to get more information on that one that Honorable Bridge is raising. Because I know it's always in the news, but Honorable Chairperson, if you could ask in this financial year, or not financial year, in this calendar year, we started we started schooling in an even manner. Everything smooth in terms of scholar transport. That's why we created a facility for transport to say, if what we budgeted for you is not enough, now we're creating for you a facility in which you will be able to tap in that facility to cover any shortages that you have. So I'd wait for that information. That's why I just asked the Honorable MEC Nqatha. Yeah, I think I will come back again just to rearrange my thoughts and allow the two gentlemen next to me, the HOD, and to talk to some of these matters. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. No, thanks, Honorable Chair. And
sorry, can I finish? Oh, Walter, apologies, Honorable Chairperson. On the one of consequence management, this is the one because I know it's going to escape me again. I know that the media misused what the Premier did, Honorable Chairperson, when, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, took a decision that any HOD that does not spend what is allocated to him or her would be removed from that department as HOD. He created something else called what everyone knows as the crack team, where he created a unit in the Premier's office. And all HODs that did not perform were then put into that unit. So what the Premier does is that if you don't, you have not performed financially, you did not spend, we take you into the PPSU. You remain there and appoint someone else in the department to run that department in your presence. And I know that it was blown out of proportion by the media as he's creating it. It was called a naughty corner, one people might have known. But that was the result of dealing exactly with what we're saying. And even this year has made it clear that after now the end of the financial year and everything have been completed, we must report to him because he's still committed to that. So that was part of consequence management, because it does not start with the CFO. It does not start with the DDG on HR or whatever, or in infrastructure. It starts with the head of department. We're looking forward to the Premier continuing there. And that's how that unit was created in the Premier's office. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Okay. No, thanks again, Honourable Chair, and appreciating the comments from the honourable members. And we do have answers. So that into it. Let me first say that I think the presentation is a true reflection of the province. First start from that element. It's not into it. I've said it in the presentation that there are areas of improvement. And I've said it very clear into it. And I want so that it get to be clear that as part of the way of improvement, that's how it is. In any way and anything else, you need to get the challenges and deal with those challenges to resolve them. So I think we acknowledge that there are those into it as part of the plan. Then just dealing with the particular element asked by the honourable members, there's one on education, for example, the specificity. And but first say the issue of value for money into it. I've indicated also when I was presenting, Honourable Chair, that we do have the gap there. I'm just saying it. We do have the gap, but at the same time, we have, as part of value chain assessment, we do go to this project, assess, provide a report back to the EXCO into it and reflect the areas of improvement. What we've done, that's the fundamental question. What have you, in relation, in order to deal with the structure? We've established what to call it, Premier's Infrastructure Coordinating Committee at an executive level, Honourable Chair. Not at and leave alone the administrative part. It's an acknowledgement of the problem that we do have, but you have to deal with the solution. We cannot be at a problem statement. And I think sometimes you get caught to a situation where everyone has tried to put you in a problem statement area. Instead of saying that and acknowledging the transgression, I've reflected that there's been improvement on infrastructure spending. But at the same time, what we are saying, we are following up on the value of what is happening on the particular ground, which is actually there. So it's not, and I've said that we've not reached there. And that was my statement here. That's why I'm saying that it get to be, when we presented as the status quo. When we say we are moving, we are moving. And you would have seen the audit outcome reflect that movement of governance, which we've kind of reflected, Honourable Chair, into it. And with those areas which we say we want to improve. And let me be particular, for example, on the issues of, which has been asked about irregular expenditures. The 2.7 billion of irregular expenditures, which is reflected there, reflect on Department of Transport mainly, into about close to about 2.1, 2.2 billion in just 1 year. It's an accumulation over the number of years because of the bus procurement process, which is done also facilitated at a national level. If you know it very well, in terms, that's one of the things. Now, because they have not yet finalized, it means that that continues in terms of the process, because that has not been finalized. And all provinces are affected, Honourable Chair. I thought that select committee should help us there to resolve that element from national in order so that we don't incur this kind of, and it's not like there's no service. Again, explanation of irregular expenditure. Irregular expenditure doesn't mean there's no service rendered. It's an issue of the governance process and procurement, which we need to deal with, which I've spoken about it. I think with time, we will sort, once that get to be reduced, they need to reflect the appropriateness in terms of now the province. When we say 92% reduction, we can't lie to this select committee of finance. We can't. We've reflected that percentage because we can be able to account for that element and the project and the value of that particular project, which we've reflected there. So we're saying that where we are in progress in terms of dealing with the irregular expenditure, Honourable Chair. And we think then that as much as we are not fully proud of it, that we are happy with the progression, because there need to be progression in terms of that. Because at least now, without that element, you would have seen that there is minimal element of regular expenditures which are coming through. And in actual fact, now what we're doing, we're having zero tolerance in terms of now irregular expenditures because of the process which we are undergoing as part of the province in terms of overall governance. There was a question on education, which I wanted to touch on. Also looking now, I'm zooming in on education. What are we buying in education into it? First of all, you would have realized that the province has been moving significantly in terms of now the percentage of improvement of learners in terms of the passing mark. We are actually, was it 87% or 85%? The latest one, I think 85 to 87, no, 85%, I think 85%, I think 84.9%, yeah, 84 to be exact, 84.9%, moving from the low base of 58% almost 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Chairperson. So it tells you then that there is a target which we're looking towards. All these things reflect, because the main element which you see in education is the learner improvement and learner results into it. And if then we reflect that it's 4.9% and we're going to do, it does speak to say that there is something which we're investing. And the question which becomes, Honourable Chair, what are those things which we're investing on? We have what you call it, the LACE program, which is Learner Attainment Improvement Strategy. It doesn't happen by itself, Honourable Chair. I'm just saying, the notion that the province, these results are a result of luck, it's not the case. It's a result of a planning which is there. So we've got LACE program, which is very clear. We've funded almost about 290 million per annum into it. It helps the overall improvement into it. If you want to see, Honourable Chair, this is winter now. That's why I'm saying that if then any member wants to go, can go through in Eastern Cape, you'll find all grade 12s, they are busy with what you call it, winter schools at this moment. So I'm just saying it's not a talk show. It's a reflection of investment on what we're talking about. And those results, we're going to see them at the end of the year. No learner at grade 12 now who's actually just hovering around into it. They are all in winter schools because of what we've invested in the project in order to deal with. There are other things which we've invested upon. For example, the issue of a learner per learner in terms of now, because in norms and standard, as the province, we funded all the learners. Norms and standard, we've made sure that each and every learner is kind of into it. So that means the issues of the school nutrition and everything is not about the element that it's not funded. It is funded in terms of and other things which are part of the process. So I'm just saying, and also, you would have realized that Eastern Cape was one of the provinces in terms of the mud schools, Honourable Chair. We've driven that improvement in terms of the mud schools to less than now, more or less a 1 digit in terms of it. So it's all, and of course we do also managing the rationalization of the schools. So what I'm trying to say, the infrastructure development, we're opening schools those schools which are rehabilitated in terms of now to be in better, good conditions almost every month as we're speaking. So which reflect that there's an element of infrastructure development. I'm not saying, Honourable Chair, that there's no level of improvement there. But I'm just reflecting in terms of those particular areas which are actually reflected into. And then on the revenue enhancement, appreciating, I think, that we've acknowledged that we can do more. And I appreciate that question from the honourable member that, you know, we can jump the study. That's why it's important. It's not an intuition. And I'm happy when he said a revenue enhancement project, because he acknowledged that it didn't happen by itself into it. You see, it was a study which we commissioned as a Treasury, involve all the department. We said there is potential of 7.5 million, which we can get annually. We are at 2 billion at this moment into it, which we collect. It sometimes go to 1.9, but we now having levers because we've identified those projects into it, and we are seeing some particular gains, whether it's 200-300 million per annum into it, but we are going to there into it. So there is a plan. There is an activity. It may not result to exactly what we're looking for, Honorable Chair, but the intention is not only is to cushion the province in all these, when there are budget cuts, when there's review of equitable share formula and all the other things which comes into perspective. So, and I think it's something which is planned. We may not will to the full extent, but there's an extent of where we have a drive into, which touches base in terms of now the element of the equitable share formula. It's a part of a project. Let me say it. Western Cape will fight for its, before apartheid in term, we will fight for in terms of the rurality, because we've not been taken care of. And I think what we are saying is then that it's a balance now. Equitable will always be a balance of element when dealing with it, in terms of balance of the scales. So sometimes we win, sometimes we lose in terms of it, in terms of rurality. But Honorable Chair, we need to acknowledge that there is not parity of some of the things, but we think then that there is progression in terms of the right direction. And
they are saying you don't pay the services because you are rural. That's why you call it.
It's for another day, Honorable Chair. I'll delve there for another day. And also there's been a question specifically, I think the projects on roads, for example. What do we do in terms of road maintenance grant, which is there? I've said, Honorable Chair, that in general, the province has got 90.5%, which is more gravel, and 9.5, which is more or less in the projects which we've reflected. Fortunately, we've shared it. That's why I'm saying we've shared that the projects which we're dealing with, just to mention a few, I'm just going to the slides into it. Is this slide? For example, there is one project at, looking at the roads for tourism destination, which is under 19. I'm just making a particular one. Under 19, you realize that the element of it, it's focused on tourism destinations. And there are others which will focus on agriculture elements, citrus, especially in Sarah Batman, into it. Sarah Batman area, where we think that there is more citrus into it. But you know then that the weather condition and everything need a total maintenance. We making a plan now also to, actually there are others which we said local government will give you yellow fleet for you to maintain some of the access road in terms of the process, and then we continue to manage that kind of a process. So there are others, for example, in Krisani, we've got that particular agreement where Krisani will do it as part of the partnership agreement in terms of the, but we're saying that there's still a lot to be improved. Again, I was saying that there's still a lot of improved, but we think that that road maintenance grant, as much as we don't have the backlog agreement, that the backlog of dealing with 145 billion of the infrastructure, we think that in the small scale, it will take longer to reach a particular stage. But we think then that on a smaller scale, it is there. But we've also agreed with Sanral. Sanral is, we've given over in partnership some certain roads into it, which goes well in terms of now is part of the process. So within that partnership with Sanral is real. If you go into the Eastern Cape, you can't, if you travel 100 kilometers without any road, some work into it, it means then you didn't travel in the right direction. So because generally now there's been, dust in almost everywhere else in terms, because of what we made sure that there's some work into it. But you will not realize those gains only now because of the parity of the backlog, which we do have, Honorable Chair. Then last, let me see, we've shared also the AJ report. That's why we very fairly, the honourable members could go because of what we are not. There's nothing to hide in the AG report. We could have just prepared the presentation into it. We've shared the AG report so that you see what we are working through in terms of problem statement, and also see then that we do have an element of project implementation, for example, which we are working towards. I said the PICC into it, and also different departments have got, we're working on the project management element in dealing with it. It's not going to reflect tomorrow or into it, but it's a progression which will reflect. For example, for now, the element of expenditure reflect, but now we're focusing also the issue of the value into it. So, Honourable Chair, I have a lot to say, but the time is, I know, it's very short. Thanks.
And see, you want to respond as if you are doing the presentation. And during your presentation, you limited yourselves. MEC, I'm not sure if you are done.
I think I'm done.
Yes.
Let me not spoil it now.
So Eastern Cape, you are done?
Yeah, we are done.
Or is there
Thank you very
any,
much.
because I heard you said...
No, we are done, Chair. We're
Okay.
done, Honourable Chair.
Okay. MEC?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the honourable members for the different points of engagement. I'll attend to some of the questions, Chair, and some I'll give to our Chief Director on Sustainable Resource, and I'll give some to the PAG, and a few questions to the HOD, and I think there were direct questions to Mr. Lowe, who did the presentation, so they'll respond in that order, Chair. I think the issue on tourism, that's what I really want to respond to. We appreciate the engagement from Honourable Sibisa, and perhaps just to allay her fears that there's quite a number of tourism strategies which we've started implementing already as a province. One of those strategies is your astro-tourism strategy, looking outside Kimberley itself. But the reason we've had to stop the tram, Honourable Chair, is because the big hole is caving in. It's expanding, and there's a potential of the entire structure caving in. So all of the activities surrounding the big hole have had to be stopped to an extent that the road just adjacent to the big hole had to be closed. It was basically serving as, I think it was a taxi rank at some point. At some point it was a connection between going into the taxi rank itself. But we've had to stop all those activities together with Solplaiki municipalities and De Beers because of this potential of the expansion of the big hole. But that did not mean that we don't have plans around the big hole. We're currently busy with what we call the big hole precinct, and Mr. Lowe will just go into depth with it. That's in partnership with De Beers and with Solplaiki local municipality as well, just to ensure that there is still increased activity around the big hole. Like I said, we have quite a number of tourism initiatives that we are currently busy with as a province, one of which is the visitor center that we are building at Carnarvon, in Carnarvon, in partnership with the National Department of Tourism. They've sponsored 61 million to that effect for the construction phase of it. And we are responsible as a province, or rather I say as a committee, to raise about 43 million for the operationalization of the center itself. And we are currently engaging with private sector because that's not money that we have in the provincial fiscus. So we're currently engaging with private sector to see, most importantly, your IPPs, because that's what you really find around the area of Carnarvon, to see how best we can raise this 43 million. But the project is not going to wait for the 43 million. The construction phase of it is soon to start. We've not really gone down in terms of our tourism market share. In fact, we've grown from 7% to 8% in the last year. So as much as there have been these closures, there's also been increased participation of tourists in the province. Our average length of stay has increased to 2.1% as a province, and which gives you a plus minus 10-day stay by international tourists in the province. And in 2024, we welcomed over 71,000 international visitors into the province, which are figures that surpass your pre-COVID figures. In terms of corrupt officials in the province, I think that the Premier is quite a champion of this. We would have been a province that does not have, just as an example, the SIU officers. And it is the province that actually requested that there be such a presence in the province. And to that effect, I think about 3-4 years back, the SIU opened an office in the province. There's been lifestyle audits that are nearing conclusion for officials, and the executive will also be undergoing such. There's a number of forensic audits that are currently taking place in the province, and the Premier has really just been the champion of this. And I know the PAG will also touch into this. There's regular implementation of internal controls and risk management, which are led by her good self. There was a point on the Bella Act, and I think the honourable member makes quite a good point to say there was this made, but there was no provision made to fund this. And I know we've had to look in the baselines of the province on how best we are going to implement this. And I think it has come across in the presentation that it's quite a difficult task that we've been given. And I think we appreciate the committee's commitment and support on the need to review the formula. And I think I think it's Honourable Ryder. We have actually been getting the ministers here, or rather the budget councils here. There is a workshop session that is planned by the minister, and this is one of the key points that will be discussed in that workshop session that will be held. So I think we are getting attention on the matter. Like the HOD of Eastern Cape said, it's not a matter that affects us as the Northern Cape only. So it's a point when you bring across other provinces able to support as well. In terms of the mortuary, I think some of the questions, like the honourable member said, we might not be able to respond to now. But if there is information we need to provide, we can provide. But in terms of the mortuary, there was one constructed in Kimberley in 2020, which the honourable member correctly says it's not enough. And there was one that was constructed in Kuruman in 2023. The one that is stopped currently in Francisburg is currently halted due to there's internal tender awarding processes which have been escalated to the HOD for intervention, but that is a matter that is receiving attention from the Department of Health side. And I think just to mention here that there is a newly appointed pathologist for the province. It was appointed on the 1st of April 2025 by the minister and serves in the National Committee for Forensic Pathology Services. Other issues pertaining to illegal mining, asbestos, I think Mr. Lowe will be able to attend to that. And I think I've responded on whether or not we're getting attention or support at the level of the Budget Council in terms of our cry of the allocation that is being given to the province. In terms of human settlements, as I conclude and give to the team, I think it's always going to come back to the point that there's not adequate finances or financial support. That's why I think we're one of the first provinces to have explored front-loading as a province. And I must say at the beginning of this project, there were a bit of difficulties because this was a totally new concept that we were dealing with. But there's about 2,500 houses that are currently in construction. Some have been completed. The MEC is busy handing them out, and some are still in construction phases. So we've had to realize the situation that we have as a province, but also look at how best we can explore some of these resources that are there, and be creative in how best we can deliver on that service to our people. So there's what we call the Northern Cape 1 billion housing project, with 600 million from the DBSA, and that's currently a project that is taking place in the province to ensure that we deliver houses to the people of the Northern Cape. Of course, I'm not saying there are no challenges. Challenges are there, but we've really just had to look at how best do we stop complaining and how do we implement with the little resource that we have. With your permission, Chair, I'd like to give Mr. Moya an opportunity to just touch on the revenue enhancement strategy, but to also touch on the BELA, the implementation of it, and give Mr. Hendrick to touch on those issues that I would have mentioned on legal mining, on asbestos, and perhaps just to go more into detail with our tourism market share. There was also a question asked on national government's support to the catalytic projects that we have in the province. We have with us the acting CEO of NEDA, the Northern Cape Economic Development Agency, of which all these catalytic projects are under this entity, and I'd also just like to give him a bite. And the HOD of Economic Development will just close for us on the jobs plan and some of the other issues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Select Committee. Yeah, no, there was a question around how we balance our fiscal strategy relative to our investment in infrastructure and SOE. If you look at our fiscal strategy, is essentially anchored on ensuring that we eliminate our debt in the coming 3 years. For now, Chairperson, it's difficult to complement our infrastructure because of two things in the main. The first one is our challenge with regard to using our equitable share to augment the wage bill. I think it's public knowledge now that the 5.5 wage agreement that has been implemented, provinces were only given 1%. So essentially we'd had to look for 4.5% using our equitable share. So by and large, this wage agreement that has been implemented is not funded. So what we are currently doing is to ensure that in the coming 3 years, we are debt-free as a province. As the MEC indicated, our current unauthorized expenditure, which is essentially our debt, is about 1 billion. We initially thought that we would have eliminated our debt in 26-27. However, given that we've had to now look at other sources within the equitable share to augment the COE, it meant that we had to delay now the 1 billion in terms of elimination of debt. But it's important that we eliminate our debt as a province promptly so that we can then try to augment our infrastructure budget, which is a bit problematic now given the shortfall in the wage bill. And hence our presentation was very clear to say that if there's one thing that we want to ask the committee to consider is to ensure that in future all the wage bill agreements that are signed at a national are fully funded for the province, because it doesn't really assist. It really erodes fiscal capacity of provinces, because national will agree and then the expectation is that provinces will have to absorb that. And for Northern Cape, it's really becoming problematic. In fact, it causes fiscal distress in health and education, because that's your level of accruals simply goes up, because then it means we have to take monies in goods and services to take up to compensation to ensure that at least we continue to pay salaries at the expense of other service delivery programs. So that is really something that we want to emphasize to this committee, that for now it's fine, it has happened, but in future really would like to appeal that all the wage bill agreement are fully funded for provinces. And then there was also an issue of us returning monies to national. We can document it here that at least for the Northern Cape Chairperson, we have not returned a single cent to national, especially with regard to the Human Settlement Development Grant. In fact, we have been the biggest beneficiary in terms of reallocations of DORA. Between 2019 and last year, we received about 400 million over and above our baseline in terms of the Human Settlement Development Grant, purely because of our capacity to spend on the grant, notwithstanding the current challenges in terms of the pledging program, but we can clearly indicate that we have not returned a single cent to the national fiscus. Our premier was very clear that with our 2 cent equitable share, we cannot return any money to national. So we are quite comfortable in terms of conditional grants, other than rollovers that ultimately gets approved and we retain them. But in terms of surrendering, we have not surrendered much in terms of conditional grants, particularly the Human Settlement Development Grant. In fact, we've been getting additional money for that grant. In terms of revenue enhancement strategies, as we said in the presentation, Chairperson, for the current financial year, all our way bridges, maybe I must indicate that and concede that they are not operational at all. We've got about 4 in the Northern Cape. None of them are operational at this stage. Despite our budgetary constraints, we managed to get about 10 million that we have allocated to transport to ensure that at least in the current financial year, we operationalize 2, which is Kimberley on the N12 and Colesberg, with the understanding that we will then operationalize the other 2, which is Appington and Springbok in the following financial year. So we anticipate that by the end of 2027, all our way bridges will be operational. And in the meantime, it's fiscal leakages because it's monies that ordinarily should be reverting to the revenue fund, which is we are simply losing out there. And then there was a question from the honourable member in regard to the clarity in terms of the debt owed to municipalities. As at the end of March 2025, Chairperson, we are owed around 215 million by municipalities across the province, purely on motor vehicle license. That is why we decided to say that let's rather take the function to transport. So currently municipalities are part of our registering authorities, so they need to retain a percentage in terms of commission. They are simply keeping the money. So up to the end of March, it's about 215 million. And 143 million of that is in relation to the 5 municipalities that are reflected in the presentation. So we have also given transport additional monies to ensure that we build capacity. So if all goes well, from April next year, the function in relation to motor vehicle license will be exclusively implemented by the province, which means that municipalities will still have a role to play, but in terms of a service level agreement, we will still use their officers so that we don't necessarily take the function away from the community. And then we will pay a commission to the municipalities, which is we refer to as administrative costs, because we don't want to, in as much as we are taking the function, we don't want to take the function away from the communities. So our people will essentially be in municipalities. When you go and renew a motor vehicle license, the transaction will immediately reflect on the province, and then we'll have a service level agreement where we then pay the municipality and administrative cost. In fact, some of the municipalities that owe us part of the 215 million have said we need to enter into a 10-year agreement, given that they will not be able to pay us that money. Although they've retained the money, but we all know the problems in municipalities, and in fact, chances are we'll never recover the 215 million that is sitting in the bank accounts of municipalities, given the myriad of challenges that we know in municipalities. So the municipalities still have a role to play, but we are ensuring that that transaction, when it happens, that money goes straight to the revenue fund, and then we will obviously offset that with a certain administrative fee, which might be 10 or 12% that the municipality will keep. And then the MEC spoke about the PS. I just want to reflect quickly. I've been chairperson of the review task team, and I must say that at an administrative level, we sort of hit a whole break now, because if you look at the equitable share formula, is in the main, there's 6 components. Now, 2 of those components essentially talks about numbers, which is the population and the cohort of age scholars. But you take the rest of the components, all of them, they've got one factor, the number of. So it means that provinces with bigger numbers, in fact, benefit from the whole components. And what we are saying as the Northern Cape is that we understand that those provinces with bigger numbers need bigger resources. That goes without saying. All that we are saying is that somewhere in the components you need to consider the factor of sparsity. So that's what we are saying, and it has been proven even as time ago, as around 2012, even the FFC has acknowledged that the equitable share needs to be reviewed. And we're hoping that at some point, it will really result in some form of tangible results for the Northern Cape. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I've covered everything from my side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will briefly speak about the issue of the audit outcomes and the consequence management. Honorable members, as you can see that I think as a province we are hard at work. If you really look as to how we have moved from 2019 up until today, you will see that we are really working very hard with departments to try and improve the audit outcomes. From 2 clean up to 6 clean audit outcomes, it takes a lot of work. But what I wanted to say is that the challenge of the funding that we are having is also having an impact on the capacity that the departments require. Because if one looks at the Department of Health as well as the Department of Agriculture, I think we have been having certain challenges, and even the regression of the Department of Public Works. I think it was merely because when you look at the top structures of those departments, they have been unable to really replace some of the officials that have resigned from those departments to go to other provinces. So it becomes very difficult when you have to really do a balancing act between your administrative staff vis-a-vis your core function. So you would see that even in health, there is a challenge when it comes to health professionals. Now, when an accounting officer has to look at both, the core vis-a-vis the support, usually the core would be the one that gets the benefit and the support suffers. So I think we are faced with a predicament as a province. And also when you look at issues of consequence management, most of the accounting officers currently are relatively new. They have been newly appointed because I think the ones that were occupying the post before have left. We have started a process whereby we want to start now re-looking at everything, because we have just recently now developed the consequence and accountability framework that will be implemented, and it will be led by the Premier, because as we are all aware, as a Treasury, we can only direct and provide evidence when it comes to disciplining of accounting officers. So what we are doing is that we have developed that so that when the Premier has to take action, we've got all the necessary support that will then result in the Premier taking action. But what we are doing from the Treasury side is that we believe that, we can speak about consequences, but if you're not going to ensure that there's an enabling environment, where number one, you capacitate the officials, because if you are not going to capacitate what is there and deal with the systematic problems that have been there from the onset, then by virtue of you punishing the wrongdoers, you will not necessarily be eliminating the root cause. So we are currently working on workshopping of some of the officials and trying to work together with the departments in terms of improving the financial management within the province. And we are seeing that it is yielding results, even though, like I'm saying, that, the catch-22 that we are facing of the funding vis-a-vis where we want to go. You'd also even see that when it comes to automation, it's a little bit of a problem. Other provinces that have monies, they have gone out ahead in terms of automating. But as a province, to automate, it's also very difficult. You've got a problem of people, you've got a problem of funding for electronic or e-governance. So, you know, we are working with whatever is available for us. And what I can say is that for the next 5 years, we have also targeted ourselves to say that if we can get all the departments moving from a qualified zone to at least an unqualified zone, because before we can even jump to the unqualified or to the clean orders, we know that there are certain systematic issues that we will not be in a position to deal with overnight. It's things that will take some time before we can get them right, but we are working very hard with regards to that. And then with the implementation of the consequence management framework, we are of the view that this is going to allow us to move a little bit faster in terms of getting to where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and MEC. Maybe just quickly addressing in format, Kimberley Big Hole. Two dynamics of threat that we're currently facing is one is De Beers completely withdrawing and they literally disenfranchising themselves from all liabilities. Also their weak financial performance in the past financial year and the current diamond prices diminishing and more to exclusive goods being the primary focus of the markets currently. So what we've seen is, as MEC has rightfully mentioned, is the big hole literally towards the eastern side rapidly caving in. That need to be stabilized. Interesting as this process started in the 1930s with liability references given to the local municipality. So it's part of our inheritance that we found as Saul Plaichi municipality as well. Where we are now is literally is a creep of around about 120 to 130 meters fast, rapidly east. Pity is that it coincided with a CBD decay like we're seeing in South Africa and globally. But we are not taking it on the chin. There's a master plan being introduced and it links up with the existing museum, the Mita Seperiperi International Conference Facility, expansion of hotel accommodation that will complement this as a visitor center. And then basically taking this area, which is currently then vehicle sterilized, to be pedestrian specific, with key priorities then looking at recreation, retail, and we are benchmarking with the Johannesburg CBD revitalization process headed up by Anglo American. We've also structured civil society at this stage, Kimberley for Kimberley, which has formalized their legal entity, sound studio interventions, banking interventions, knowing that Kimberley is known for starting of ABSA, Standard Bank, SAB Miller started actually there adjacent to the big hole, related to miners always being thirsty. But I mean, the situation is we literally entrenching that culture and bringing a bigger, better offer for Kimberley to tourists. So it's a pity. It's currently in a really bad downswing and media is out there, but it's actually in a very good upswing because we can rewrite that theme specific and we are very excited as the Northern Cape, having support from National Department of Tourism, ESA coming on board, several measures of support that we are seeing coming on board to literally revitalize and reposition that area and making the most of it. Addressing parallel to that is then the illegal miner question that we've received as well. Interestingly enough, is I think there was a definite approach by government. Key focus areas were the two, I nearly want to say, dormant mining areas where there was reworking of the old mining dumps. Kimberley received a lot of attention, and then also our areas along the coastline, Buche Bay, Honekle Bay, and Port Nolloth. So what happened is there was really a concerted effort, and we must say kudos to SAPS. They went into that side, but we also know that the essence of that was twofold. It's a desperate poverty measure, so therefore as Northern Cape Provincial Government, we did structure some of those entities to legally mine. And artisanally mine. So we can't wish away poverty and desperation of our people and access to mineral resources. So that was a very good initiative. Secondly was a tremendous foreign invasion of workforce. And I think with the concerted effort of IGR, in terms of Home Affairs, SAPS and the SANDF, we were able to address that as well. And then, as part of the global trend with diamond prices diminishing, and especially your smaller easy goods, your near gem quality, low gem qualities, the market literally shrunk, and I think the market forces also aided to that. So in terms of illegal mining, I think a concerted IGR effort doing very well, and we note that and we understand that it will come back, but when it comes back, we want to follow the second approach, being social, responsible, and also having our people having access to a deserved right to access to our mineral resources. Last but not least is asbestos. Asbestos, that is a generational development of infrastructure, our roads, schools, clinics, especially the John Tarlo area, manganese, if you know it, its nickname is Black Death, and it's interrelated to asbestos strands. So that rocky matter has been extrapolated and has extended along railway lines. It has been used to build roads with, and that has been happening for literally from the 1940s onwards aggressively. The province don't have that finance to address. I must be honest. It is a process of redress and address. So road infrastructure, school infrastructure is a priority for us, and municipal related infrastructure to housing. And a concerted effort will have to be put forward to address that. Our current budget towards schooling and education infrastructure, 1.4 on 10 specific projects, billion, and then 1.9 billion on 15 additional related projects, can't replace the school system, especially round about John Tarlo Siwe. So urgent report required. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, MEC, for the opportunity. I'll be addressing the question in relation to the ownership and support measures against the catalytic projects. We have 5 catalytic projects that we are currently really facilitating and focusing on. First and foremost, I'm going to start with the Namakwa Special Economic Zone. Just from a sort of ownership structuring perspective, we have 33% spread across 3 tiers of government, with DTIC owning 33%, the Northern Cape Provincial Government under the auspices of the department, 33%, and then between the 2 district and local municipalities, 16.67% respectively. And post-designation, in terms of the key activities, has really been focused on how do we then unlock the bulk infrastructure that enables that project to really move towards operationalization. From a support measure, in 2024, the Namakwa Special Economic Zone was named one of the top 12 priorities under the auspices of Infrastructure South Africa, where we received sort of funding to facilitate a comprehensive feasibility towards the enablement of the bulk infrastructure, and was then augmented also on the side of province to deal with the internal resource sort of from a link perspective. We're facilitating sort of that body of work to unlock and enable the investment envelope of about 29.3 billion. With 2 anchor tenants that are looking at locating or have sort of provided intent to locate in Vedanta Zinc International together with Frontier Rare Earth. But in terms of the overarching unlocking, I think it's really underpinned by the bulk infrastructure required, which amounts to about 3.5 billion. So the body of work that we're currently facilitating at the moment is looking to leverage of various instruments that are available to us, looking at the budget facility for infrastructure as one, as well as the Vumela sort of funding platform that is offered through the DBSA. But the conclusion of the body of work that we're hoping to sort of finalize in the first quarter of 26 calendar year is poised to be then submitted through these various funding instruments for then the enablement. But the ultimate end is to look at how best we'll be able to leverage also private sector participation on the back of this really constrained fiscal sort of scenario that we're seeing sort of unfolding in terms of really facilitating these catalytic projects. Just in terms of the Bukubai port and rail development, the province has really progressed quite a sizable amount of work in terms of really positioning that project. We went through a process of a PPP. Subsequently, we got Treasury approval with a certain conditionality that Transnet needs to play a key role as the custodians of all sort of ports within the confines of South Africa. So we've been working with Transnet as well as the provincial government to really move the project forward. We've also, in this current year's iteration of the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, flagged that the Bohobay Port and Rail development as one of the top 7, again, infrastructure projects that needs to be supported to really move towards the actualization of the infrastructure required. So there's certain technical studies that need to be facilitated. We are currently busy and working quite closely with Infrastructure South Africa on these 2 catalytic special economic zone programs to get them towards the implementation phases. But we think we need to have a very differentiated sort of pathway in terms of enabling because of the sort of scenarios that we're seeing from a fiscal perspective. So really looking at blended financing or even public-private partnerships that will really enable these sort of projects to come on stream. We want to look at various opportunities even beyond the existing regulatory impediments, if you like, that unlocks sort of a port development in this instance. How do we then advance that? We're looking at engaging on the potential of really leveraging of Section 79 of the NPA and unlocking that key infrastructure that will really enable South Africa to move towards a much greater trajectory in terms of overall GDP contribution, as well as a effective and efficient port system coming on stream. Just in terms of the special economic zones, as it were, I think on the side of Bohobay itself, we've been working quite hard, and there's been agreements in place with the likes of Sasol, and then subsequently the likes of Abu Energy and various other actors that are looking at locating within one of the biggest and will be the biggest special economic zones that you'll find in the country. The ultimate end is to see the enabling common user infrastructure sort of pathways being made a bit easier. And I think this resonates not only on the issue of energy itself, because we're looking at really positioning Bohobay to play a key role as the aggregator of green molecule for evacuation, as well as part of our decarbonization agenda within the country. But first and foremost, on us enabling that, we facilitated a body of work called the Strategic Environmental Assessment that really traverses 5.8 million hectares in size. That in the context of the Northern Cape, noting that we are the biggest province, is sizable but very small, and it interfaces with other energy corridors that had been designated in 2019. The ultimate end here is to make sure that we are able to evacuate molecule as well as electron, enabling the production of hydrogen, as well as really bringing to life the ambition of the province of the Northern Cape Industrial Corridor, which then actually traverses from your Bohobay back into our hinterland towards the various areas that have different sort of minerals and resources that we want to look at beneficiating and stop just evacuating dust to the broader global markets. And this will really transition even the ambient of having to unlock sustainable jobs in the long term. So from our side, quite pertinently, we want to really put it forward to the Select Committee on Finance that we look at really putting together a conditional grant or budget alignment instrument that underpins industrial developments, as it were, not only looking at the special economic zone dispensation that is to be applied for post facto, but what enables it from a project preparation perspective and really unlocking the net potential that a province like the Northern Cape has on offer, as well as the issue of really leveraging on existing instruments that are there. How best do we really reconstruct and restructure existing conditional grants like your MIG, RBIG, as well as PRMG, that can then enable sort of the pathways towards such key projects coming on stream. And then, Chair, I think the one other element that we just want to socialize is the issue of really enabling the nexus of public-private partnerships. We do note that there's a review, or there's been reviews on the instrument in itself, but the ultimate understanding and how best that can be streamlined, it's always been deemed to be onerous in terms of how do you then facilitate, but how do we best streamline so that we are able to then respond adequately and sufficiently. Thanks.
Thanks, MEC. I think this is the last question is on the jobs plan. This plan is really then to respond to what the Government of National Unity indicated, that in the coming 5 years they want to have 2.5 million additional jobs into the economy. It's fairly much a coordinated process that's quite involved, and it does distinguish between temporary jobs, job opportunities, full-time jobs, and permanent jobs. So those categories are taken care of, and making sure that when we present the information, there is no confusion in what jobs we're talking about. So this process, which is there's about 3 ways that we're collecting this information. In terms of the methodology, we are using models economic models to project. That's the one part. The second part, we are also then using surveys, talking to whoever is creating jobs in the market, a chunk of it, which is the private sector. From those surveys, then we really go out and interact with the companies themselves to inform us about what are their plans into the future, what jobs they intend to create into the future, and what can we do as government. That question is also there. What can we do as government to make sure that that company is sustainable? 1, 2, what can you do to make sure that it can expand so that it can then create additional jobs? So we're quite excited about the process, because we're going to be collecting a lot of information, and this information is information from the private sector itself. All this is going to culminate into a job summit once we've collected all this information. We are planning to have that job summit in September. And this is just the preamble towards our investment conference, so that when we have that investment conference, we kind of understand from the companies what are they looking at in terms of increasing the jobs. But we're not forgetting the SOEs, we're also not forgetting the government itself, which is your EPWP. So it's all inclusive. What we've included in this plan, it's already a monitoring and evaluation tool. Because this is a very dynamic part of the industry jobs. I mean, they come and go. I mean, you take some of our mines, I mean, they're quite sensitive towards pricing, as an example, iron ore. When the price goes down a little bit, I mean, the jobs go down almost immediately. So this plan will be updated each and every year as we're using this tool of monitoring and evaluation to make sure that we understand what has also happened in the previous year, what was planned, what has happened, how can we then intervene, especially where the companies tell us exactly this is what we need to be doing, to be assisting them to make sure that they sustain these jobs. So we're excited that we're gonna have this tool, this jobs plan, and we'll be reflecting on it each and every year. Thanks, Emerson.
Thanks very much. MEC? Okay. I see it's like you want to box each other there. It's like you left something behind. And I've seen when we're looking at your officials to respond, Honorable Mvoko was like, hey, they give me only one person to respond. And so why Northern Cape is responding? So, yeah. No, thanks very much, honorable members, colleagues, distinguished guests. As we conclude today's meeting, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Provincial Department of Finance from Eastern Cape under the leadership of Honorable Mvoko, and the Northern Cape under the leadership of Mema Khage. Mema Khage. For the detailed presentation and the candid engagement. I think it's very much candid. You can hear that you were so frank. You know, I was like listening to, especially Northern Eastern Cape, that they, come on, that magic. You hear that he's got a passion of saying, we want to prove to you as a committee. The insights shared today have provided the committee with a clear understanding of the financial and operational performance of the province and their entities. While we acknowledge the progress made, we also recognize the challenges that require further attention and collaborative efforts to resolve. The committee will reflect on today's discussion and, where necessary, follow up on key issues to ensure that recommendations are implemented effectively. Our ultimate goals remains the prudent management of public resources and the improvement of service delivery to our people. I'd also like to thank the committee members, honourable members, and there's one thing that I also wanted to indicate, especially to Northern Cape MEC, that the two honourable members, the ladies here, they were so passionate about the issue that happened earlier during the budget, whereby there was a mixed allocation between the Northern Cape and the Northwest, and they were so vocal to say, no, it cannot be. Let every province get its own share. Don't mix that, especially Honourable Siwisa. She's so jealous about the Northern Cape. We want our money. You also heard the Honourable Majola to say we also want to be allocated enough. So it's not that when we get our briefings, we also don't care about our own provinces, but we want to follow the money. That's what is critical on this committee. So I thank the committee for the insightful contribution and question, as well as the support staff for the ensuring the smooth running of our meeting, Tete Mangweni, and the team, our content advisor, Rakhadi. We also want to thank you, and also the staff members present here. I think there is no any other questions because the time is not on our side. And unfortunately, two MECs, I never thought that your briefing will take us so long. So I didn't prepare anything for lunch. You'll use your own budget to cater for your own committees, because from here we go into our own plenary meeting at the NCOP there. Honourable members and the colleagues and the students guests, the meeting agenda. Thanks very much. We'll join you. We'll make sure that we want to know that the workshop that you spoke about, MEC, hopefully will be part of that. And thanks very much. I said, MEC, they are complaining that you took their lunch. So, yeah.